To order. Well,
Right. Go
I'll
ahead.
call it again. I'm still calling this meeting to order. It's a regular meeting of the Board of Directors of the Salinas Community Public Utility District. Board directors are present and Director Walker is expected momentarily. Today is September the 20th, 2023. And with that, I think we'll move to community expression. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the board on matters which are not on the agenda and for which no action can be taken?
Am I on the agenda?
Who would entertain a discussion on your subject? Does anyone have, they can let the record show that Director
I
Walker.
might be going to jail.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the board on a matter which is under community expression? Jenny?
Yes, I would like to address the board about the post office issue. I did send out an email to elected representatives and to Jennifer Blackman, who's been working on the committee to put together a plan that many of us in the community thought was on its way to being agreed upon by the post office service. And was just being wrapped up in a matter of weeks or so, we would have an approval on that. And now, without any notification to the community, it appears that our boxes are being installed in Olema. So I find that alarming because it does seem as though there needs to be some notification, some meeting. We had a community meeting, the Salinas Civic Group met last Wednesday, perfectly appropriate time. They had to have known they were going to be doing this last week. So there could have been someone there to say to the community that this is something that was going on. So we would have had an opportunity to remind them that we tried that last year. It flooded. It's not ADA compliant. There's no public transportation, and those things that I put in my email that I understand has seen at this point. So I just don't know what we can do, and I would love, I know it's not on the agenda, so we can't have a full discussion about it, but what can we do? Can we ask that we have a full hearing on this, and where we have post office personnel that can come and meet with us and tell us exactly why and what is the meaning of doing something that absolutely did not work for us? Can we put some sort of a hold on this until we have a judge or somebody take a look and say, this is just not an adequate. I'm open to anything, and I'm ready to just go up there and sit in Olema and say, no, you can't put my box in there.
All right. This is a perfect item for community expression, I might add. You have your hand up?
Yeah, I do. That's not why I'm here, but today I went to pick up my mail and sure enough, how do I know that next week, I think it's next week, I have to go back to that horrible place, Olema. So not only is it disappointing, Jenny, it's an insult to all of us, to every single Bolinas post office user. It's just not fair. And this guy Roosevelt, who I thought was working for and with us at the beginning, turns out he's playing some game that I have no idea at this point what he's playing, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it just like you.
Anybody else want to discuss this?
No, but I might just add that I did read your email, and I think you had 3 components. It was like the flooding issue, ADU access, and then the fact that, people who might not have access to driving up to Olema versus here. And so I think we've heard your comments. Those are the 3 main components I heard. And I know Jennifer has been working about so
So appreciative.
yeah. So I just want to recognize that I heard your comment.
I've
Hi
received
there.
several phone calls from people.
Oh, Do you want me to make you a burrito? Or
Can I speak English?
Somebody's not muted.
Oh, burrito.
They're muted now.
Is there someone in the Zoom connection that has their hand up or wanted to speak? Okay, so I had several conversations, 2 of them today on this very subject. And it is not only an insult, but we are entitled to service from the postal service in the same way as all these other communities. And we don't need reasons why Olema doesn't work or any of that. We're entitled to a post office. That's it. And the reason it's been taken away is because the postmaster is inept and he's not doing his job. In fact, in some of the ways, he's actually working against the best interests of the community. I heard today, for example, that he personally delivers some mail to selected customers, and I was astounded to hear that one. And enough stories I heard so that it's come to the point where he really shouldn't be the postmaster. We need somebody who's working hard to get a post office back in Bolinas, temporarily at the trailer that was gonna be at Mesa Park. And hopefully maybe sharing this building once a new one is built, which is a long-term project. So I think that there's 2 avenues basically to deal with this. One of them is the political one, I would call it, in which the town comes together as a unit and petitions the postal service, starting with the postmaster general in Washington, CC to the senators and anybody, including the members of the committee that fund the post office, although I realize they have their own funding entity, but really say that this is intolerable and create a shopping list of all the grievances that we have and stories that we know to be true about what's going on. And say, you really need to replace this man with someone who's going to serve the community and guarantee us the delivery of mail in our town, you know? If that doesn't work, the only other one I can think of, because I'm a lawyer, is that you actually file some kind of a legal action. What I would do is probably file something in federal court, asking for an injunction to enjoin the postal service from preventing us from getting our mail. You have to word things in a negative way in the law, you know? So what we do is try to stop the postal service from interfering with our efficient delivery of mail.
Yeah.
And then in support of it, give the judge the same shopping list we've already created. This is what's going on and this is why we're not getting it, including things like people who get their medicine in the mail. And our packages build up over at that place for several days at a time, you know, and you go in on a Monday and then on Friday they give you 7 packages. So, and I don't know how successful that would be, but that was my thinking as I was in a discussion today with a couple of people on the subject. But it's an outrageous situation that really can't continue, you know. And so the question is, what actions can be taken, as you're saying, to address them? So those were 2 that I thought of, you know, and I would be prepared to, you know, participate in the second one for sure. But we have people in our community already who formed a good organization to maybe do it. Now, I understand that there are people who've been served well and would go on the other side of it or something, but I think an overwhelming majority of the people in this town have had it with the status quo. And you know, it's nice you put up the sign at the entrance of town, but that's really a sign for somebody else to read, not us, because we already know that we're not getting the mail. So
6 days.
it's over 200 now, you know.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. But the point being, we try to convey this in sort of a lighter manner and in a not as aggressive. It hasn't gone anywhere. And I just think that if we don't do something, well, then we drive into a lead.
Yeah, and that's just not.
Yeah.
acceptable.
So that's my 2 cents on the subject, you
Thank
know.
you, Jack.
Yeah. Anybody else have any thoughts? Otherwise, I'll just keep going on the agenda.
No, I'm just gonna ask, I mean, Jennifer, is this something that we could have as like a committee on our agenda moving forward? Because I know that there's been a lot of work and I don't wanna add more to your.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I think it's broader, than, yeah, something for her to have to deal with.
Pardon?
If you put it on our agenda,
Yeah,
then it would be an item for agenda or to have to deal with us if you.
and we
put-
don't want that.
No,
Uh-huh.
we
Okay,
can't.
okay, all
Sorry.
right, sorry,
No, well, it's not, I'm not unwilling, we've been working behind the scenes on all the,
yeah,
everything having to do, we were millimeters away from, having a lease signed and having site documents and site plans prepared to submit for the coastal permit. It was
Yeah.
literally the day before we were meeting to finalize everything
right,
that we were advised that the brakes had been put on it all. And so it's very unclear that what happened to trigger that decision. We were full bore ahead working with the Postal Service architect, Postal Service lease manager, with the complete blessing of the district manager of the San Francisco Postal Service, and then suddenly, without any explanation as to why it stopped.
Yeah,
okay, so we'll continue to track this as a community action item, right, which is where I
And maybe ask if Jared Huffman could get together with us, the BPUD and
Yeah.
whatever, and have a full airing
yeah,
of the situation that gives us true information.
yeah,
And he immediately submitted another letter on behalf of the community to Postmaster DeJoy, requesting an explanation, requesting intervention to get our temporary post office back on track, but we have not yet heard, had any official response to that, that we have not been informed by the congressman's office that he's had any response. And I believe Supervisor Rodoni also wrote another letter, although I haven't seen that one. I've seen the one that the
have we
congressman.
tried, using the services of either of the US senators?
Not yet. No. We-
That might be something we should do then.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Diane Feinstein being local besides,
yeah,
but get both of them. Maybe you could take the letter that you've written to, Huffman, whatever correspondence, or even using his,
We could ask his office to help us with
take
that.
copies of the
Mhm.
letters and contact the,
Mhm.
staffs of both of those senators.
Mhm.
Mhm.
it appears I have the wrong email address for Raj, the person we've been dealing with. You bounced back to my email, so don't use what I have in there because it's not correct. It'll bounce back. I don't know what the correct email is. So she has not been notified by that email.
thank you.
All right, is there any other, community expression item?
Could I ask what happens to the recording? Is that available for people who can't get to the meeting to see?
Yeah, we post a link to it the next
The
day.
next day. Oh,
Yeah.
I love that you do that. Thank you.
Belle does it. She gets all the credit.
Good for her.
In the item 4, manager's report and project update.
Okay, the first update is on the status of our water supply. And just give a few brief statistics that thus far in the rain year, which started on July 1, we have almost 0.59, so over a half an inch of rain, basically fog that's occurred in August, and then we had measurable precipitation on September 2nd, I believe it was. So not a lot yet, but that's not to be expected until a little bit later in the year. In terms of production and consumption since the last board meeting, basically, things are stayed about the same, a slight drop in both production and consumption. Whereas in the prior reporting period, which was half of July through half of August, the consumption and production was at about 87,000 gallons a day, or about 149 gallons a day per connection. That's dropped to about 82,000 gallons a day, or 143 gallons a day per connection. Largely the weather's just changed. We've got shorter days. It's much foggier and cooler than it had been. So we're not finding any of that surprising. On some days, we're continuing to divert more than 100,000 gallons a day from the creek. It's still spilling over the dam. We haven't had to use the reservoirs at all. So the creek really showing the impact of that recharge of the base flow. Just like, I say all the time, we get in trouble quicker and we also rebound quicker because we've got such a small water system and we really see how responsive it is to the current rain year events. So we haven't had a lot of evaporation from our reservoirs this year. It's been less windy, less sunny. And so we're just a little bit below full on both of our reservoirs. They only recently stopped spilling. The Woodrat, both reservoirs are still spilling in July. So that's again showing that it isn't because anything is falling in the way of precipitation particularly, but continuing to get flow into the reservoirs just still from runoff and just from all the rain that we got in the last rain year. Consumption data is in your binders, and you see it measured on the back of the mesa, which is up during the last quarter as compared to the last couple of years. And that's really been the trend this year, is that we're just seeing bumps up, not surprisingly, because we're not under a heightened water conservation alert and not in the middle of a drought. So we've seen some rebound in consumption, but not at all back up to kind of pre-drought historic standards. With regard to our groundwater well projects, we finally have a signed funding agreement with the Department of Water Resources. So that took quite a bit of time, but it's finally done as of this week. So we're completing the process of assembling the documents we need for the coastal permits for both of those projects and coordinating with the land trust with regard to their project at 31 Wharf. We're staying tightly coordinated with their architect and project team to ensure that each of us know when the other one needs to be, doing the work at the site and making sure that we coordinate on that. The district has to have all the well facilities installed by the end of 2024. And so the land trust currently anticipating that they would start site prep work at that site in the spring. And it would probably take 3 months, and then we would come in after that to get the water line in from the wellhead out down to the street, and then we're out of their way. And that it won't take us very long to get that infrastructure installed, but we want to do it after the site prep for the buildings there at 31 Wharf have been, all of that work has been done. With regard to our tank site pipeline replacement project, we have the contract finalized for that. Signed by both the district and the contractor. And so we anticipate issuing the notice to proceed by early October with a completion date of mid-December is what we're looking at right now. In general operations, we've been doing some repairs out at the water treatment plant. This wet winter revealed to us that we had some faulty windows. And so we've been working on getting those repaired and getting some framing and sheetrock fixed up from dry rot that we found in there. Evan Kahn, one of our operators who has a professional painting background, has been doing a lot of the work, and he's been doing a great job on that. Our operators also have been doing a lot of training out of town right now to take their water treatment 3 classes. I think Blake Miller and Andrew Spalding are both doing that, and Evan's pursuing his treatment 2 certification. We did our sampling earlier this month for chlorine disinfection byproducts. That's a requirement that we have to do on a quarterly basis to test for potential byproducts in our that are the product of the chlorine disinfection process. And the district needed some manner of years to find out, to figure out how to solve that problem with our particular water source. And we installed an inline coagulation system in 2017. And then since that time, we're still required to do quarterly samples and ensure we're under the maximum contaminant levels. And so once again, this quarter results were very good and far below the contaminant level. So that has continued to be a successful project, particularly when we're on the Arroyo Hondo water source. We're still challenged on occasion if we are using the stored water sources, which have a lot higher organic load in them. But we've been fortunate this year that we haven't had to do that. So that's good. We also had a sample event this month testing for PFAS, the forever chemicals. Again, the district was chosen randomly, apparently, by EPA to be part of one of the representative small water systems in the United States doing testing for PFAS in our raw water sources. And so we did that again this month and sent the samples off. Our staff's also been spending a lot of time this last month on the final sewer lateral repairs. As you know, it's been a lengthy process of working with our customers that have had some sewer inspections that revealed some pretty bad lateral situations where we were getting a lot of I&I in through the laterals and into our sewer treatment plant. And we just had the last 4 were done in this last month. And so I really commend our customers. It's not fun to get notified that you've got a problem with your sewer lateral, and some of these repairs are expensive, but we're really optimistic that we have located some of the significant areas in our system where we were getting groundwater infiltration. So I guess we'll find out more this winter. We had it both from storm events and also from high tide events. And so we've seen our sewer flows right now really nice and low. So I'll just keep you apprised. But now all of the customers that were notified about needing to repairs have completed them at this point. So,
And
yeah.
we're seeing a change in the numbers because they've done their repair.
Well, we think we think that we were still seeing, until the most recent repairs, we're still seeing the flows tick up during high tide events. So we do think there was still infiltration coming at that point. And then one of the others on Brighton Avenue, it's actually at the Newport Avenue technically, which is where there's a lot of groundwater that travels down, like, in front of the old post office and towards, we think some water, that was another one where there was a bad lateral. And we think that there was still, even at this time of year, water coming in, because when you look the groundwater table down, there's only 1 or 2 feet below the surface. That I'm told by our hydrogeologists that Wharf Road and Brighton Avenue used to be creeks. I mean, that's how the little mesa was formed, is that that we've got underground, water tables that are pretty high down there. So, yeah, so I'm glad to report that. We had an exercise this week with our contract chief operator on the sewer system where we did a measurement. I didn't do it. Stu Okander and our contract operator did measurement of the sludge in the bottom of pond 1A and at the sewer ponds. We had some lab results indicating, well, maybe what's going on is that if we are having an accumulation of sludge in the pond, might need to look at removing it or doing it, which was done about 20 years ago. But I'm happy to report that measurement showed that we only have a couple of feet of sludge at the bottom of the ponds, and the determination is made we have at least 5 or 10 years before we would need to take any action there. So that was good. Yeah.
Would removing some of that sludge improve our capacity, which is another one of our requirements for the
Not enough. Right. It's more, it's a good question. And because it's expensive to do, it's not a small thing. It wouldn't go anywhere near the capacity that the state's otherwise requiring that we have to accommodate the extreme rainfall events. But the reason we're more worried about it from an actual treatment capacity is that it's an overloading. The organics are so high that then the process in the ponds can't work the way that it's supposed to. And so, but also at some level, of course, it does become ultimately a capacity issue. But I wish I could say if we just did that every 5 years, that would solve the concerns of the state, but it wouldn't be enough. Yeah. At the office, more on the office side of operations, I attended again today that I think I reported last month that the county has a new Office of Emergency Management. The Board of Supervisors has really invested in that effort at the county level and is doubling the size of that office, hired a new director, and he's launched monthly operational area partner training and coordination meetings the day he selected is the third Wednesday of the month. So it's the morning of the same day that we have the board meetings, and they're from 9 to noon. And so, but it's definitely a very worthwhile effort. I just wish it was on a different day. But Stu and I went today and attended the meeting. There was a presentation by Cal OES, which is the state version of FEMA, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. And there was some training about local proclamations and processes for disaster events. And they're really recommending that even small special districts have their own disaster proclamation process. And I talked with the director about that during one of the breaks, and I said, really? And we've normally been ridden on the county coattails on disasters where we're part of the county process in the unincorporated area. But he explained that there can be some really good reasons to do that. And it's all coming together because, we're becoming a participating jurisdiction in the local hazard mitigation plan for the county. And we're right now in the process of updating our emergency operations and response plan. So he said that we could include all of that as part of that process. And I'll be coming to the board basically in the next few months, asking you to approve these new policies and procedures for the district, where we would be, authorizing ourselves to do our own declarations of local emergencies if we ever need to. I think most of the natural disaster events in the county have been county-wide, but you can have a situation where you might have a real localized emergency event. The city of Sausalito was present and described that they had something like that in the 2019 storms. They had a major landslide that took out, and so it was completely localized, and it was very beneficial to them that they had their own process by which they could receive aid for that event. So anyway, it seemed to me, okay, why not do it? If it could benefit us possibly at some time, we can get those processes in place, and it's going to provide us some templates and things like that. So we also had a training or an update from the Office of Emergency Management is also launching a 24/7 OA duty officer program, so that there will be a way. They described that jurisdictions can text in, as apparently happened yesterday. I don't know about everybody else, but when I walked out of my house yesterday, I thought, is there a fire somewhere? And so this is a process by which, so people started texting the duty officer, who immediately was able to get information about the fires up north, and then immediately get out a notice on Nixle, calm down, this is, drift smoke, there's not a fire in the area, and just a way to more rapidly be able to respond and get information out to people on emergency basis. So anyway, that's what we learned about today during the meetings. I think it's going to be really productive and beneficial for the district and community to keep attending these and be part of this effort. So let's see, I worked last month with Stinson Beach, Inverness, and Muir Beach special districts on a little bit of a Hail Mary grant application to NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that there's a kind of coastal resiliency planning grants out there that we thought, why not? We'll go ahead and we threw in a collaborative letter of intent to see if we might be invited back to submit a more detailed project about doing some risk and identification of risks of where we have common vulnerabilities to climate change events, probably high precipitation or drought events, etc., and be getting some grant planning money for that. I think it's a long shot. It's a nationwide program, but you sort of like they say in soccer, you don't score a goal unless you take a shot. So we're taking our shot at this and see if we can get a grant. We also collaborated and I agreed to kind of sign on to another grant application that Stinson Beach County Water District wanted to make about, they're looking at exploring the possibility of a centralized wastewater system there to replace the septic systems. I thought they were gonna be focused mainly on the cahiers and the patios and Seadrift, but they're talking about doing all of Stinson potentially eventually. And I said, we'd be interested and we'd be willing to look at anything in terms of the feasibility study, but I wasn't too optimistic that a combined, system was going to be realistic, but we're not going to say no to exploring the idea. So we'll see what happens back on either
It'd
one
be
of those.
interesting where they are thinking, up on the hill or something.
Yeah, it's really at the, I don't know, it's at the very preliminary
Okay.
stages. Yeah, it's a completely, I don't, at the very beginning of looking at it.
But at the preliminary stage, I would want to know, where are you thinking to locate this?
Right.
Like system?
Well, the new general manager at the Stinson Beach used to work in the Florida Keys, and he was part of an effort there to sewer the Florida Keys,
Yeah.
which is very challenging. So, he's bringing a particular expertise into it.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Let's see, we continue to work on our, just to try to be finishing up and closing out with FEMA on our post-January storm disaster cleanup. We've done everything except the clearing off of the debris and tree off the Arroyo Hondo access road, because we've been waiting for months for a permit from the Park Service to do that. They've just issued us over the weekend. We got a special use permit, and then I'm waiting for some final compliance documents, and then we can get in there and get that work finished up. So that should be, we have a deadline right now of October 14th. So I'm trying to figure out whether we're going to have to get an extension. I'd like to think we won't. I think we'll be able to, I think we'll get this work done in like 3 days. But we just had to wait 8 months to get the permission to do
I have
it.
a question about that.
Mhm.
Seems like the park's really been going through their process. Assuming that this is going to happen in the future, because it does.
Yeah.
Now that we've laid this groundwork for their new processes, is it going to be quicker next time, do we think, or is
Yeah.
this gonna be what we need to deal with them?
I think it will be quicker. I think the issue was it would have been better but we had the nesting spotted owls. So
Sure, we
that-
know about that, but.
Yeah. Well, if there weren't, they do the field survey. If the spotted owls aren't there in the vicinity, then then we don't have to wait. That's why we had to wait to do the work. And they did a survey to confirm, because if they can do their survey and confirm there aren't any nesting spotted owls, then we can get in there with our equipment. It's okay. That's the main reason for the long delay.
So it was the wait for the nesting to be ended. It wasn't that the party was holding things up on them.
Right.
That their
Well-
own internal organization was such that it just takes a very long time to get these kind of things issued.
No, I think it would have happened much more quickly. But I think you're making a great point that we do want to circle back to say, we just want to understand exactly this point. This will happen again, and can we just have a really clear protocol for what we need to submit, when, but I do think that that's going to also be a consistent issue, is that we're not allowed to use mechanical equipment because it's an auditory harassment concern it's a protected species. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
With regard to the proposal for engineering and design services for the Canyon Road lateral connections, our engineer had told me before I put the agenda together that he would have the proposal in time, and then I got an email from him saying that he's not able to get it done, but we should have it by next month. And just as an overall conceptual plan, I might be asking at the next meeting, when we get the proposal, maybe asking if the operations committee would be willing to meet and discuss things about how we can kind of put the project together and go forward. We have what we're essentially envisioning, that we'll have the 6 connections on Canyon, that 6 homes that are allowed to connect. and that they would each be having sewer laterals that would go into a common trench and jointly enter the last manhole on the system on Terrace Avenue. And it really isn't that complicated, but it gets, nothing's easy these days. And the preliminary work, research that we've done shows that the Canyon Road is privately owned and people own to the center of the street. So the last sewer connection is gonna have to have an easement through the 5 properties, yeah, I know, ahead of him, and then this one is gonna have to have the 4, and then this one is, yeah. And so we'll have to get all those easement documents in place, and then, trying to do this in the most cost-effective way possible, and just overall to get everything together and sit down with the customers and talk about how it's getting paid for. So it's not that complicated. In essence, what needs to happen in terms of the infrastructure in the ground, but getting all of the documents set up and then making sure we get the sign off by the regional board. But we'd essentially just have individual lateral connections in a common trench to there. So that's all still, that would be all privately owned infrastructure in the end. That's a concept. So, but we should have more details when we get the
Privately owned infrastructure from where?
from the house to the
center of the road to their house.
well, they would own everything from their house to the sewer main connection.
Just like any lateral.
Just like any lateral, there'd just be a little bit
Any
longer.
maintenance required from the going down as the owners and among
Yeah.
themselves.
And they would have individual little, pumps from the, like a small holding
Right.
tank, and then a pump system that would move their wastewater under pressure to
Sure.
the manhole. Yeah. That's kind of the safest for everybody. It's the,
And I'm not on that committee, but I'm just assuming you're gonna be able to provide a rough order of magnitude
Oh, yeah.
of what those costs are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I think Kevin from that committee.
yeah. Our engineers are saying that they'll have an engineer's estimate as part of the work. That's why we'll then need to sit down with the homeowners and explain the costs and what they're gonna be responsible for. We can take, it just, the district's is essentially gonna design and say, here's what you need to install as homeowners to be able to, we're allowing you to have the connection, you can have the connection. Now it's your responsibility to connect. This is how it should be done. But there's a lot of details to be worked out for that. And there's easements that would need to be granted, so it's deceptively complicated.
I have a quick question. Do you have an understanding that all 6 of them are ready to move forward on this, and it's not gonna be like kind of piecemealy?
That's my understanding, but we'll find out. Yeah, but
And
yeah,
that's why I was asking about a rough order of magnitude of
Mhm.
costs, like, do they understand what they're buying into?
yeah,
They have
They-
a choice.
yeah, they don't, it's unfortunately, there's not really a choice because it's not possible to get upgraded septic systems in there, and so that. But no one is trying to have this cost anything more than it needs to cost to get it to happen, yeah.
Or to Grace's point, are those people who are buying into the system, are they ready? Are they buying into it?
We had letters of support from each property owner. back when
I
we
mean,
applied.
it's easy to buy into it until you see what it's gonna cost.
Mhm.
So-
Yeah.
So they already have a rough order of magnitude of cost, or they?
No, we haven't been able to develop one. That's what this next phase will be. And then we're not gonna force anybody. It's up to them, but, but I think that the entire street has expressed, all of the property owners have said they want to be part of it.
Has the county given any deadlines for when this needs to be done?
No, but we'd be trying to be done, like get this, like within a year, like get this installed next, as soon as we can. Like get the design, all of the stuff worked out about how it's gonna proceed, and then have it done as soon as like the construction season allows next year.
Okay.
Yeah. Then, so we should have an actual engineering design to look at, or proposal rather, for an engineering proposal for next month. The next item is a proposed change order on the Surfers Overlook Bluff evaluation update. And in your binders, you have a copy of the draft bluff evaluation update. And just for those in the audience, and also some of our directors who weren't on the board back in 2011, back at that time, 2009, 10, 11, the district was very involved with projects to evaluate the bluff at Surfers Overlook. A lot of concern about our we had a high pressure water line in the road at that time, and the sewer lines there, and of course it's a significant and important access road in the community, and concerned about the stability of the bluff there. And a bluff evaluation assessment was done by Sage Engineers, which has now been bought up by Gannett Fleming, and we're still working with the same engineers there. And we were able, separately, the district, we relocated the water main off of Surfers Overlook. We still have the sewer main there. And we then were able to use that bluff evaluation to work with the county, to have the county lead a project to stabilize, to replace and stabilize the retaining walls that are at the road level at Surfers Overlook. And the committee that has worked with the district on that for years, comprised primarily still now of Ruby Harris and Ken Masterton and Ralph Kamicha and Remick Hart, are reconvened again because of a concern about the condition of the seawall down below, as well as wanting an update about the status of the bluff. And so in the draft bluff evaluation report, the highlight sort of findings are that the retreat of the unprotected portion of the lower bluff has retreated less or more slowly than you might have expected. It's the seawall is from the former Ekdahl property all the way over, but doesn't make it all the way over to the 100 Brighton seawall. There's an exposed area there. The engineer think we're actually a little bit surprised that there hasn't, and we're happy that there hasn't been more retreat of the lower bluff right there, thinking that it might be due in some part to residual protection from the remnant timber groin that's down there, as well as the groin, the concrete groin down, more towards the wharf beach, that holding in the sand, and just the entire system there protecting that more than you would otherwise expect. They said that the upper bluff soils are eroding at a more significant rate and will probably continue to do so, but they're not seeing any instability at this time of the retaining wall system up above or the road. There's the findings also were that the eastern half or so of the seawall is in disrepair. And so when you look at, in terms of you looking at the entire seawall standing on the beach with the western side close to the former Ekdahl house, it's the section, the eastern section has taken the biggest hit and is in the worst condition. And therefore we're looking at, they're saying that full replacement of the seawall, if allowed, would be relatively straight, and that's a county owned piece of infrastructure, just so everyone's clear on that. That's the county installed it in 1967.
So you're talking about the seawall, the entire seawall is county?
The wooden seawall,
The ones you up down the beach?
beach level.
So, and also the bluff?
Because
you said they redid that
Yeah,
in 2011, so that's also county
yes,
maintained and, okay.
it was county installed. Yeah, it was a county led project, but the community basically paid for it
That's what I
by
thought, yeah.
private fundraising that was led by the folks I just mentioned. And Supervisor Kinsey at the time was a major friend to the community on helping get that project done. And so in a way, what we're trying to look at is doing the groundwork for a similar project, to be able to say to the county, we did all this work, we've hired this engineers, here's these results, here's the projects that we think need to be done to your infrastructure, and get in a dialogue with them about it. And one of the conclusions in the draft report is, well, they go on to say that the replacement of the seawall would be relatively straightforward from an engineering standpoint, but would require a lot of detailed logistics and extensive scheduling issues around the tides, and of course permitting issues. They identified that there's a potential option for discrete repairs to the wall rather than a full wall replacement, that they would need to know more than they were able to do with the budget they had in terms of evaluating the condition of the seawall pilings. So the committee, and I was on the phone with them, and I know there's at least a couple, I see Remick and Rudy are here. We had a meeting about it and requested this change order, which is what you have in your binders tonight, to ask the engineers to give us a price for what would it cost to have that additional work done, so that we're then able to evaluate whether a more limited discrete repair is possible. And we need to do that work anyway, because anytime that you go and you're trying to get coastal permits to repair an existing structure, you have to look at all alternatives, including, doing nothing, doing partial repair, doing full repair. And so we thought it would make sense to have them do this additional work as a way to complete their report. And we asked them to give us a price for looking at the ones, just confining the analysis to kind of a one-day analysis, and looking at the eastern pilings that we know are in the worst shape, or looking at all of the pilings. And the difference in price was, for the smaller, more limited scope of work, is $15,624, and looking at all accessible pilings is $24,394. And this is with me, I offered that our staff would be able to help with some of the labor, that just hand tools to be exposing the pilings, so that core samples or work could be done they want to see what the condition of the pilings is below the sand level.
Don, didn't we do something like that a few years ago?
Yeah, Rudy and I did a survey. We drilled through and found out how hollow each one of them was, measured their tilt. It's all in a graph that's been sent around. That was like 12 years ago.
I provided that to them.
You did.
I provided that to the engineers. Yeah.
So the ask is, you're asking the board, are we gonna approve whether it's option 1 or option 2?
Well, I want to hear from Rudy and Remick. Of course, the money would be from the privately raised funds. That this is not the district paying for this, but we would be the entity contracting for the work, and with him, the contractual relationship would be with the district, but the additional cost, just like the cost of the draft report that you have in front of you, and all the costs associated with that have been paid from the privately raised funds. But I definitely defer to Remick and Rudy on if they want to say something.
Sure. This is Remick. I'd like to say something. It would appear that we concur with the idea that we could do this procedure in order to correct the situation, minimally imposing a lot of sand changes and heavy equipment and so forth. My thought is, after looking at the report, and we haven't had a committee meeting after, but it perhaps is a better idea to do the 18 piles for more money to answer the questions to the county that the county may have coming forth. This is a short-term or medium-term fix for the seawall. And we're talking about the seawall down at the beach level. We're not talking about the one up top. So that is my thought. So I'm going to add to that is we have the money available within the BCC is our sponsor for the funds. And they have asked us as committee to put those funds into a CD. And that CD, after talking with Randy Arnold today, will mature in December. And so we may be short of funds. We're not short of funds, but the timing may be a little bit off. Although the disbursements of funds to the engineers is on a prorated basis, so we may not be. But in any case, we have the funds available. We have $161,000 plus another about $6,000 in the checking account held by the sponsor, BCC.
Okay, well, it sounds like the money is there to pay for whichever option they go for, so.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, so to the extent that the BPUD has to continue to be involved, we can put this on our agenda for action if we have to, but otherwise I assume it's just gonna keep going.
Do you want, Remick and Rudy, do you want to have a committee meeting and discuss it more with Bill? In terms of the, between doing the more limited or the full and get a sense of the scheduling?
We haven't gotten back to them at all. And we haven't had a committee meeting as Rudy will tell you. Yep.
I think a committee meeting would be a good idea, but I think the conclusion we'll come to is that it's a better bang for our buck and a safer way to expend the money to look at the option 2 is my guess. But in lieu of making a decision, I would prefer a meeting. Remick, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
All right, so why don't you go ahead, Kevin?
Have either of you or Bill from Gannett Fleming, if you're aware, or you, Jennifer, talked to the county DPW about what they might like to see in this report to make sure that what the committee is paying for in this report will be suitable for whatever repairs they may want to affect at a later
Well,
date?
the reason we're doing the extensive work here is to be fully ensured that we've done all of the things necessary to have the answers for the community and for the county and for all the Coastal Commission.
Great, just want to make sure that you feel good that you'll get everything you need from the report.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
That's it.
And because we're seeing this report, can we make an action now, or do you want us to wait to? Because I'm inclined to agree, like option 2, to do the full assessment for 3 days. One day. Yeah.
I'm not inclined to do that until we have a committee meeting.
Okay.
Okay. But do you even need board action to do it?
Yeah, we'll need to, because we'll need to have the board approval so that we're in contract with,
Okay,
because the district will technically be the one in contract with.
So we can't do that now. I guess that was my question is, do you want us to make a preliminary approval or agreement to proceed with option 2, which is 25K, which is already within their budget? Or
you could certainly do that with the caveat that subject to the committee approval. Yeah.
that's, I was just trying to make
Right.
work for us.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know if we can, if it's not on the agenda for action.
Well, it is separately agendized
Yeah.
under the manager's report, but I think it makes sense to just have it be a standalone item
Okay.
at the next
Okay.
meeting after the committee's met, because I have a feeling that, Remick, with regard to the budget issues, I think the tides are gonna be, we're gonna have to have a window of 3 days of low tides during working hours, and I was looking ahead for the, to be down there, and we might be having to wait for that for a bit.
that might not be just.
Very good
I
point.
was looking at the tide tables. I wasn't seeing anything that looked
Yeah.
good, but
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Okay. All
I have a
right,
question for you, Jennifer. The 4 BPUD staff that will be there for 3 days, so those are the operators, is that what you're imagining, or would this be outside hires for this job? Because I feel like that
Well-
would be kind of all of our staff out there for 3 full days. Can we spare that?
Well, we would have some volunteers also.
Okay,
It'd either be staff or volunteers that would be, yeah, no, but we wouldn't have all 4 of our people, but we would, I was basically saying to the engineer, we'll find people with shovels.
okay,
To help you. Yeah, so I didn't want them to be bringing in their people, that would
Okay.
just gonna really raise the cost, yeah,
all right, let's continue.
okay. The next, update item I have is on proposed projects to remove cypress or eucalyptus trees or limbs. And this all stems from the urban forestry tree failure analysis and risk assessment report that the board received last month. And you have a memo in your binders, but essentially what I'm just doing is updating you that we're on the substance of the recommendations. And again, these pertain to the trees here at 270 Elm Road, the Mesa Road trees out at our water storage tanks, and then trees bordering Mesa and Olima Bolinas Road, Olima Bolinas Road in the Grove. And we are working about getting, we're coordinating site meeting with the fire district and PG&E, County of Marin, and also the, and Ray Moritz to go through and more specifically identify, we've got a county survey now on which trees are in county right of way, which trees are on BPUD property, and get down and then start getting specific projects in front of you to authorize, and just based on risk and order of priority, and start getting that, eliminating these hazards that have been identified in that report. So it's a broad overall, I don't have anything specific yet. But we're going to be trying to put them in kind of bite-sized pieces of projects that we can define and combine and then put out to bid, get the pricing in and figure out how to get it done.
Great.
Any questions about that? Let's see. And now we found the memorandum of understanding here. Chris and Laura are here for memo of understanding, and this is a long-awaited document that pertains to an agreement we reached some months ago in principle between the district and the Deans, who are our neighbors on the Little Mesa with our lovely water storage tanks. And you know, as a reminder, they would like to replace the chain link fencing with much more attractive fencing, and also move the western facing fence line in a bit. It's all really spelled out in the documents in your binder, and this would all be at their expense, and we wanted to get a memo of understanding in place where, you know, the responsibilities are clearly outlined, and I put something together that shared with them in advance of the meeting, and I think it's acceptable. And it's in your binders, and so that's here for action for you to approve or ask
Right.
questions about.
Let's see how the board, is everybody having a chance to review this?
Yeah.
Is there any discussion about it? I think we already agreed to do this, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
I had a couple questions. I wasn't here when this was all agreed to.
Okay.
I'm in favor of the project in general. I just had a couple questions about it.
yeah,
Long term, it seems to me that this property is, we're almost granting you an easement in a way. It's about 800 square feet, as far as I can tell. There aren't any dimensions on the document, but that's about what I can tell. We're basically, you know, long term, it's going to look like your property, I think. So, you know, 30 years down the road, if you decide to sell your property, how will that go? How will that be known to a buyer, to the community, to people who come to your house? I mean, will there be any sort of markings or?
Well, I think just looking at the property lines through assessor's parcel maps or full disclosure, we would have to say that's not our property. We're not using it. We don't intend to use it. We'd like to continue our native landscape up the hill, but I think that would have to be disclosed and
Okay, 'cause, I mean, it'll look like your property. I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? It's to make it look better. And
Yeah.
Have a nicer experience than looking at a chain link fence.
Yes.
We can put a paragraph in that says that has, that addresses that concern. Yeah, like we can add a paragraph to the agreement that would address that.
Or just do what you're asking, which is like put some numbers on the size of the property and its relation, right? Is that what you're,
Well,
that's what you were concerned?
you're also leaving one long run of chain link, right? I mean, you're leaving two sections of fence untouched and you're removing two other sections, right? So there will still be one long run of chain link that sort of identifies what the outline of the property is. Is that? am I
That's correct.
Understanding that?
That's correct.
All right. I had a question for Jennifer about our infrastructure other than the tanks. Are there any pipes running underground? I assume they run towards Altura, not down the hill through your property, so.
Right,
is that
and there's concrete pad there that, I think that's part, and then we,
Like a perimeter foundation.
perimeter
Abandoned,
foundation.
yeah.
yeah, and then we, Stu met with, both of you or Chris, I don't know, but, that's where the 8 feet 9 inches, separation requirement came in. It had to do with that and where the concrete pad is, I believe.
Well, no, it was because between the tanks and the property line is currently 8'9".
Oh, I see.
So nothing bigger than that could get past it
Right, right,
anyway. So
right.
it was just the thought to maintain that consistent dimension.
Okay,
All right, well, if there's no other discussion, maybe I can get a motion then to approve the MOU. And then we'll get it signed and you'll have it.
Right, thank you.
Can I get that motion from anyone?
Our motion to approve the MOU.
I will second it.
All right, all in favor? Aye. 5-0.
Right.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Break a little champagne glass.
I know.
Yeah,
Okay, Jennifer.
yeah, just a couple more things, just very quickly on the, you'll saw the correspondence in your binder. We sent our letter off to the regional board with the timeline, proposed that was requested for the enhanced groundwater monitoring and treatment facility upgrades. And we also sent in our response to the grand jury report. And then, you also have some, under the Alliance of Coastal Marine Villages, you'll see that, I'm the chair of that alliance, so I just sent a letter of, or an email of welcome to Supervisor Rodoni's new aide, Morgan Patton, who started, I think, probably in the last few days, who previously had been the executive director at the Environmental Action Committee. And so we look forward to working with her. There's also, the county just has issued its draft short-term rental regulations. I know there's people in the community really actively involved in this effort, and I don't know if there's going to be requests from the board for a letter. I don't know. I haven't heard from anybody yet, but that's of a lot of interest to a lot of people in town. And then the county's created a new ombudsperson position in the Community Development Agency to, they say, assist those seeking building permits. And this is, they brought someone out of the county code enforcement office. Andrew, you look like you're aware of this. So that's interesting. Getting on the other side of things, helping people not get in violation, I guess. Christy Stanley, who's a very experienced person with the county. So I'll be interested to hear if this is, I know it's an effort, I think, by Sarah Jones, the new director of the Community Development Agency, to have a more, to have a try to helping people through that process. And so I just put the news announcement about that in your binders. So that's the end of what I have.
All right.
You know,
See you later. Thank you.
Where are we with that?
I have been, I was expecting a proposal for the engineering on that so Ron Noble himself has retired, but his consulting firm, he said, that the engineers there were ready, willing, and able to work on it. And he put me in contact with someone. I've been promised the proposal a number of times, don't have one. And so we're probably, I'm not sure that's going to be forthcoming. I might be circling back then. We had a proposal from Gannett Fleming that was less complete than the proposal that I was expecting from Noble Consultants. So we need to, and I've been kind of frustrated because I've been told for a couple of times before meetings now we'd have a proposal. And so it just doesn't, I'm going to kind of just send one more email to say, I'm assuming you're not interested and kind of move on. But I was hopeful because that, as I know Kirsten knows, the firm's very experienced coastal engineering firm. They work now because Ron retired, they work primarily out of Southern California, and maybe that's the issue. We did have a proposal from Gannett Fleming that I can just of a couple months ago that I can go back and look at and ask some more questions about. I was hoping we'd have a couple competitive proposals, and this again is to do the plans and specifications for the repair work that was identified in Ron's inspection report from a couple of years ago. So
Thank you, just wanted to know.
That's the end of the manager's
Yeah.
report.
Mhm.
Okay. Item 5, public hearing to consider termination of water service and or revocation of permit for violation of maximum water use allowed under the limited water use permit number 93-2. This is S. Gannett at 61 Crescente Avenue, Bolinas.
Yeah, and it turns out right across the street from where Chris and Lauren live, it turns out. I had no idea if they were going to be here. I'm sure they had no idea that I'm going to be here. But yes, it's me. It's not only me, but of course it's my wife and myself. And we've lived in Bolinas now. It's either 37 or 36 years. And this is the first time we've been advised that our water is being shut off. At one other point years ago, it turned out we were in violation and we corrected it. Of course we did, right away. Our goal is to be, what's our goal? To be good Bolinas citizens, of course. And as I said, you're shaking your head, I'm not sure why.
Because your water use is outrageously high and you have to have known it, and I'd like to know what's going on.
Well, we didn't know it, sir. Excuse me. Or else we would have done something about it, of course.
Can't be.
It turns out that it was from a leak. So, and when it was brought to our attention by Jennifer and her staff, we've been working on it ever since we discovered it was a leak. And I guess I'm not so happy about you saying you must have known about it. No, we didn't know about it.
Well, all right.
So if you're going to turn off our water, then turn off our water. I must say, I'm surprised at you for that. Pardon me for reacting that way, but I am reacting that way. It's personal. As I said, I've been living here for 37 years.
I know you have, Sid. You know me, and I know.
I know you, of course.
But when I look at these numbers, I'm seeing, an irregular amount of water usage where there's a lot and then there's not as much and then there's really a lot and then there's sort of a lot, but it doesn't reflect a leak in my mind, okay? In my experience sitting on this board and looking at records, when people have a leak, that water starts flowing on a more, but if you have a good answer for it, I'm glad to hear it.
Well, I gave you my answer, but there is an extenuating circumstance, and I'm happy to continue my answer. And I apologize to you for being upset by what you said to me, but I was, and I would have said the extenuating circumstances before now, which is recently we've hired new landscape folks to come in. And part of the reason we've hired them to come in is to cut water use by doing planting that works as we can try to conserve. Those folks, in the process of getting used to us and us getting used to them, were irrigating to a degree that is totally wrong and inappropriate. Since then, working with Jennifer and Stu and others here, and a visit by Stu maybe 3 or 4 times over the last little while, we've uncovered the leak. We fixed it. We're dealing with the irrigation day by day. In fact, just today, I sent Jennifer, I don't know whether you saw it or not,
I saw the email, but I couldn't quite make sense of the,
Either could I.
yeah, okay. Yeah,
But I do want to say that the irrigation guy is going to be at our property on Monday morning.
okay,
And you had said to me, maybe we can coordinate a meeting, and I said, of course, we can
Yeah.
coordinate a meeting. So I guess I was gonna call you and do this,
Yeah.
not in the public place here. But yeah, we can have those guys meet.
and I can confirm, just Jack, so you know, that when we went, when Stu and I went to your house on, it was, I think it was the 7th of September, because we just arranged, we came, Stu looked at the meter, and we did, there was a leak going on. And I think we calculated that it was of several hundred gallons a day, and it was on the irrigation system, because when we did, isolated valves and did all of that. And so we thought problem solved at that point, because it was significant enough that it was clearly what was causing the overuse of water. And so then got that fixed. We said, okay, we'll read it, we'll look over the weekend, but then there've been continued to be these problems, so that as we've been discussing, it's pretty clearly the irrigation system. There was definitely a leak. I think that was the large explanation for the first quarter of the high usage throughout the quarter. But now it's, this has got to get dialed in to figure out, as I said, we need to have the irrigation system be off when we get there, have it go a normal cycle. We'll read the water meter before it goes on, see what it uses in terms of the cycle of water, and figure out how to get it dialed down so that it's not using so
And
much
Jennifer,
water.
the irrigation system as of today now is off.
Okay.
Is it an automatic one, or does somebody turn it on and off?
It's automatic.
Mhm.
I thought we even had a regulation, we weren't supposed to allow those.
We have them, but we do not grant leak relief. If we discourage
Oh,
irrigation systems, because they tend to have so many difficulties, and so it's an exception under the leak relief resolution. You're not eligible for leak relief if the leak is due to a faulty automatic irrigation system.
all right.
I tried to look into this a little bit, because I think a lot of people feel that automatic irrigation systems will save them a lot of water in the long run, but in our experience on the BPUD, they tend to be very.
So I've heard,
problematic with
Jennifer
leak.
has told me that very
Um,
thing.
So I think in general, we try to discourage people from using automatic irrigation systems. In fact, I believe we prohibit them when there's a water meter transfer from one property to another. It's in the ordinance
Yeah.
that we do not allow automatic irrigation. So, in some cases we prohibit it, in most cases we don't. But in general, I'd say we discourage them. Have you considered another water source, such as rainwater catchment, or?
We have it, but we haven't gotten there yet. Yes,
Okay,
we've,
because that,
the
you know, you
rainwater catchment
You
is,
can catch all the rain you want and,
Yeah.
hook that up to your automatic irrigation. And if you have a leak, that's your problem. It's not ours. So, another question for you is with your meter, they do make smart meters that you can install.
again,
You've already talked about that? Okay, because I know it can be a burden to go outside and check your meter, especially if you're not home, but this way you can do it remotely.
yeah.
It can tell you if you have a leak, you can shut it off remotely even. So, since you're having a lot of problems with your system, you may want to look into that.
Thank you. I just have to tell you, Jennifer not proposed both those things to us, but informed us of both. The catchment we've been talking about, we just haven't done it yet.
Tracy, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I guess, I appreciate the fact that the staff and the customer have been working together to solve this problem. Normally, what we see when we have this type of a problem with somebody's water usage is we have some documentation about specific things that have been done to remedy this, and that's certainly lacking in this. I know there's been conversation, but usually the property owner comes and says, here's the plumber's bill, this is what was wrong. Here's the note from the gardener saying the leak was here, we fixed it. So I just love to see, that is very reassuring and satisfying to me when I see specific problems that have been specifically solved. We may not be there yet in this particular case, but I would like to see that documentation so that I feel more confident that this is not going to be kind of an ongoing up and down type of a problem.
But
So I'd
I
ask for
must
that.
say, it's not an ongoing thing, as I say.
It-
But I understand what you're saying, but I just,
Yeah, it's something that we normally, in all my years of being on this board, that has been pretty much a given, that when we've had a situation like this, we've had that kind of documentation, and I like to see. I'm just putting that out.
John, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I remember this property very well from when I was on the board because there were many times when the first and maybe even second letter of warning of overuse would occur. And it was always in the summer and irrigation season, and then it would drop back down in the winter. And I finally just plotted up the whole history of the property for 11 or 12 years. And there was a spike over the LWAP limit every summer, and then it would drop back down to sort of normal usage in the winter. And it turned out that the slow schedule we had for the waiting periods between quarterly meter readings and getting the letter out and finally having the shut off hearing was like a 6-month schedule. And so every single year, by the time it got to actually threatening to turn the water off, the problem had gone away because there was no irrigation going on. And that was the very reason that we changed the policy on that to speed up that letter schedule so that it could, get caught before the whole problem was over until the following year. And I remember the irrigation guy was in here at one of those meetings and he said, I'm really gonna get on this and I'm gonna fix it. I know it's leaks and we have to just do better and we're gonna get on it. And maybe they did, and maybe they're gone now and somebody else is on it, but it's definitely a long-standing irrigation excess usage. I very clearly remember.
Don, are you talking about my property?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Year after year?
Absolutely, I can show you the data.
I was on
Okay,
the board with him.
please
He-
do.
He did the study. It concerned us because there was a regular pattern that you get the letter and then the use would go down in the winter, and then Don was finally said, I'm gonna plot it out, and he did. I'm sure he'd share it with you if you wanted to.
Happy to do whatever it takes to correct it. Don and everybody here.
Okay, so we have an instance now where you've gotten these 2 letters. Jennifer always sends them out, they're automatic when the water use goes above the limit. And people have to come before the board and.
Certainly, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah. So where do we go?
That's
from
why I'm
here?
here.
Oh, so where do we go from here?
Well, I just told you, we're in the process of seeing to it that it doesn't happen anymore.
Okay,
That's where I go from here unless you're gonna shut off my water or telling me to do something else.
we don't want you
Or
to shut
send
it
a
off.
letter to you. I'm happy to.
We just want you to use less water.
Well, of course.
I think the problem here is we don't really have a middle ground for enforcement. We have, you get a larger water bill of a few $100s, say, when you go over your limit, the more you go over your limit, the more exponentially your bill gets bigger.
And
So-
we hate it.
Yeah, nobody wants to get a big bill, but a few $100 bill. The next step we have is to shut off your water. There's nothing, there's nothing in the middle. So I think that's a problem that the BCPUD board should address. I think the penalties should be stiffer. Where there's something between a few $100 bill and shutting off the water.
It's a wise suggestion.
So I think that's I would like to look into in future meetings.
Yeah, okay, well, that's an idea.
Yeah, what kind of tools do we have at the moment? And I'm not picking on Sid necessarily, I'm just using this as an opportunity to discuss the future, because it does seem like we don't have a middle ground in terms of being punitive, and the fines could be much stiffer, or the the expectations of, daily or monthly readings could even out to a point where you have to maintain under your LWIP for a certain average, or maybe you get your LWIP changed to be a more stringent one, like this one, for instance, is 175% bigger than the standard LWIP. And so again, I'm not picking on this specific one, but I'm just saying, like, do we make it a daily fine? And then do we charge for our staff's time to do the meter readings and compile the reports and do the correspondence? I tend to agree with Kevin that it could be a lot stricter, and I think therefore more effective, because it kind of becomes this tax for people that don't necessarily mind, according to what Don has said, with the annual spikes in the summer. Or we banned irrigation systems. I mean, I don't think we like to do anything after the meter, but I think it's a problem, and we have this limitation of water in our community, and we're trying to impose these rules, and there's people that are upset about, like the Tashara property, for instance, where there's 60 people who are monitoring their water very strictly, and people are outraged about those people having water, but maybe there should be more outrage about the kind of flagrant misuse of water. So I would really like to explore it, and maybe there's some resolution amending or
All right, well, we should talk later about agendizing or how to address that issue. And I'd like to finish this agenda item. So you're on the agenda, you got the letters, we've had our discussion.
I think that's a good point. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just what Andrew said about staff time. I mean, I'm looking at the readings here. They've done readings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Our staff has been out to your property 8 times, it looks like, to read your meter and work with you. So, where ordinarily they would come out once a month to read your meter. So, it's a significant amount of our staff time focused on, fixing your problem.
And that's this year.
Well, working together on fixing
Yeah.
the problem. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, which we're happy to do to a point, but it's also, we have a small staff, and it's. It's a burden.
And we totally, sitting in this meeting today, if I might, to that point, I'm amazed at what you all do. Amazed. I've never been to a BCPUD meeting before, but listening to your report and listening to everything that preceded your report, I can imagine the amount of work you guys have to do. So coming 8 times to our house is ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, but we're getting to the bottom of the problem, and hopefully you won't have to come again.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jack.
No, that's okay. I just want to kind of bring closure to the discussion and move forward in a way that we hope it works for all of us
Okay.
here.
Me
So,
too.
what's it?
Can I ask a point of order? Just to ask a
You got the
question?
hand up?
I have a hand up.
Okay. You're on.
Thank you. I think I heard it mention something about leak relief being available to people who and also I'm hearing the water user, the meter holder appears to be surprised, and I just wonder what the process is, how many notices one has before they start getting threatened with having their meter removed.
Jennifer, can you answer that question? How many notices, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, so a notice goes out after the meters are read on a quarterly basis. The water use limits are on a quarterly amount. And so when someone exceeds the quarterly usage limit, they get a letter right afterwards, as soon as we can afterwards, telling them that they exceeded the limit and giving them 30 days to comply with the limit, which is then on a pro rata basis, right? It's a third of the quarterly amount is what they then have to reduce the water use to come back into compliance. And so, so there's an initial notice of violation, and then after the 30 days, if they are still not in compliance, they get another notice of violation with the public hearing enforcement part of it. And that's where we are today on it. And then, of course, we've been having a lot of communication, and discussion and sincerely working at trying to get to the bottom of it. And I do think that the next step is this step with regard to getting a sense of the irrigations, how the irrigation system is set. We've done this with other people. This is something we've done with many other customers, and it usually results in people being astonished that the system uses as much water as it does, because they're sold on the idea that, you're using less water, or that they're more efficient. And so anyway, that's what we've done with other customers. And once we can do that and get that dialed in, I would expect the property to come back into compliance. That's typically.
So is that your recommendation tonight, that we don't have to make a vote?
Yeah, I think that
Right.
I think we need to do this additional.
Right.
Additional
So the
step.
only other thing I want to say is, obviously, what you've pointed out, Andrew, is, there are people, this is potable water.
Yeah.
This is not specific to use it, but potable water, people using that on their irrigation systems, when we have people who are in need of housing and water. I really would like to encourage, as you said, Kevin, like alternative water systems for irrigation that aren't potable water. So
I asked two questions, and my other question was, what is the topic and process for leak relief that I heard referenced?
That's explained in resolution, oh God, and I used to know the number by heart, 553, I think. That it's when someone has a water loss that's due to some sort of leak situation on their property, like a toilet leak, or that's typically what it's been, is that a toilet is leaking in a room and people don't understand how much water that's causing to go through the meter. They can, if they take prompt action to correct that problem, they can come to the board to get relief from the bill, financial relief from the bill, if you meet the criteria that is set out in that resolution.
But that we do not.
Thank you.
We do not offer relief for leaks with irrigation systems.
Right.
That is the point that we're making tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you. I heard that. Thank you.
Why don't we do this? You're working with the staff. There's a real effort to see if we can now bring the water usage down. Hopefully that happens within the next 30 days, right?
Right.
So why don't you continue the item on our agenda for 30 days, report back to the board on your findings on how well he's done, all of that. If you're down at the level you are hoping to be, then we won't have to take any action at all. If the staff come back and says you're still in excess, then what?
Then what?
Then we're gonna have an agenda item separately from you on something that Kevin brought up, which is what is that middle ground?
Yeah.
And I think you're right, you need to do that, but hopefully you won't be the guinea pig on that.
Well, I hope so. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Thank you.
See you Monday.
Okay, see you Monday. I'll be in touch about timing.
Okay.
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 And BCPUD, wow.
we only
Amazing.
have 8 more agenda items.
Oh. See you again, Don.
Look around, don't leave. All right, item number, six. We're down all the way to 6, huh? Water use permit application for 161 Elm Road, AP 192-212-17. Replace exterior wood finishes, windows, doors, roof, foundation, interior remodel, new septic system. Iker Davies Architecture on behalf of D. Shen.
I think it's Eichler.
Sorry,
No, but that's fine. And I think they're on Zoom, right?
somebody here on item 6 on our agenda?
Eric?
Yeah, Eric.
Yes, like I'm here. I'm Eric Davies. I'm the architect on the project, representing the project, and the owner here to answer any questions anybody has on the project. It's, generally it's a interior remodel of an existing house that's not in great condition. We're not adding any square footage to the property. It's an existing 3-bedroom, three bathroom house. It will continue to be a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. Generally, part-time owners spends extended periods of time at the house and then, won't be using the house for periods of time. I could potentially see their daughter wanting to live and raise her family in Bolinas, as she's quite fond of the community. But besides that, it will be a part-time house. So if anybody has any questions, let me know.
Is there a limit on this property now?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I would say. Okay, so it appears that this project is eligible for a limited water use permit based on our standards, which is historical usage plus 50%, so, or up to a maximum. Is there a motion then to?
I mean, yeah, I think we can move pretty quickly through this, but I just want to be clear, Eric, you said it was historically a 3-bedroom, you're not changing the footprint of the house, but I think it's.
It's actually on the record as a 4-bed house.
Because I'm seeing 4 bedrooms when I look
Yeah.
at the plans, so when you said you hadn't changed it, it was 3 bedrooms, but it's.
Right, well, we changed it to 3 because that's all they need, and that's what the floor plan, that's what the ideal floor plan has, because the existing house has 4 really small bedrooms.
Yeah.
And so, they weren't kind of optimal. And then the septic system approved by the county has a 315 gallon per day design. And that's.
And you're doing a new septic, from what I could tell.
Yes, we're doing a new septic. The existing system, as you guys probably know, is in the groundwater and not ideal.
Jennifer, do you have any comments on this, or do you think also it's just a standard application of our rule?
Yeah, under resolution 655 and the formula there, and I did have a brief exchange with Eric about this, explaining that the resolution and that I thought that was, I said I couldn't promise, but thought most likely what the board would find would be that under, I think the formula under subsection A, where, because there's historically low water use at this property, and therefore that it would get the community average plus 50%, which works out to 2,700 cubic feet per quarter. That I thought that was the most likely outcome. We were talking about it in advance. So that's what I explained under resolution 655.
Yeah, and I heard that, and that, I mean, I was looking at my own personal water usage of my house, and we use about, half of that per day. But, in kind of preparing for this meeting and kind of going through different meeting minutes for the past, 2 years for projects, I do see a lot of, water use permits in the, 3,000 to, the previous agenda item at 4,700. And I guess my question is really, I don't think people should use more water than even the 2,700. But, is there a provision in the future if the owner wants to petition for more water usage, say, the daughter does move there, has a family, has 4 kids, 2 dogs, a cat, is there anything that is there any petition?
Great question, Eric. We're gonna look to our.
Yes, yeah, I think that there is, and Jack McClellan used to call it the rule in Marquardt's case.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but he liked old English law. That's how they used to talk about the cases like that, the rule and so on. where he started having a family and having just children, and they were just using more water, and they needed to increase their allotment for that reason, and so the board does have the discretion.
But isn't that already in this formula? And Jennifer has already said, let's go to the community use.
Oh, well, that we have it. He's asking about an increase in could he come back sometime in the future? And
Yeah,
I'm saying there are circumstances in which the board would consider what you're talking about, where somebody
Okay.
starts to have a big family. So they could come in the future with those kind of circumstances that make a difference, you know, not I'm putting in a whole rose garden or something like that,
okay.
but
Yeah, for instance, I mean, there's a, project that I reviewed on, 120s Cedar that's got a, limit of 3,100 cubic feet. I know it's a young couple and, they're probably gonna have kids, et cetera. And just kind of wondering, it's just questions because I haven't worked out in Bolinas in quite some time. So
each case is decided on its own merits.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, so did we ever get a motion on this or?
I have a question or comment actually for you, Eric.
Yeah, sure.
I noticed in your plan set that you submitted that you do talk about an automatic irrigation system, and were you listening to the last?
Yeah, I did.
Did you hear that conversation?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I will just let you know that those are kind of boilerplate notes that kind of are left on our landscape plan. Our landscape plan is pretty undeveloped at this point. I do not expect this client to have an actual irrigation for this project. But yes, I did definitely hear the previous.
Eric, would you be okay if we made our vote approval contingent on you making that modification to the plan? I mean, we're here because you've submitted to planning.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's hard for me to say because they might, but I think even if they did have an irrigation system, they would still be limited to whatever water usage you're going to like approve here. So, I mean, if they do have irrigation, which I don't think they're going to have, but I don't want to like agree right now to no irrigation.
Grace,
It's the after the meter part that we don't normally get involved with. I would suggest rather than that you deeply encourage your clients to get rainwater catchment and use that for their.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Our job is that we have very limited water and we're trying to make sure there's enough for everybody and in the fairest way we can, while being somewhat case to case as it comes across our desk. So, whatever clients you have out here or anywhere else, probably encourage them to do the catchment is just a very good kind of forward thinking policy. As you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. You're an experienced architect, so I would
But I
encourage
think that's
that.
a big ask to, ask them to do a catchment system.
I'm not
But
asking them to,
no,
I
no,
said
encouraging them.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is because it's here on our plate now, because it's gone to the planning department, is that we would ask him to remove the automatic irrigation system. That our approval would be contingent on that because we are actively trying to enforce upfront, encourage our users, our clients to not use water.
I think that's, if we're gonna do something like that, it needs to be a policy change rather than doing that in this case and then moving forward. I think that needs to be a broader discussion.
I would agree with that.
You would?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I'm interested to have that discussion at a future meeting though.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with the
Yeah,
idea, but I think we actually have to establish that as.
As
As a protocol.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So-
I'll say I will encourage my client to not use irrigation and encourage them to add a
Yeah,
rainwater catchment system.
I think that should be the new
Thank you,
boilerplate,
Eric.
that should be the new boilerplate language on your plan.
yeah, that's.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny that those boilerplate notes are, you know, I do work in West Marin next door to you guys in Stinson Beach, and we have to have those notes. Those are like required notes to have. And so, you know, I got in trouble here for doing what I typically do like in other places. So
All right, well, let's
Sure.
proceed with the application because we're entitled to.
Yeah.
Get the, so do we have a motion then?
I
For-
move that he gets the community average plus 50%.
And I would second it.
Okay.
Thanks, Eric.
All in favor?
Okay.
Aye. There you go.
Good luck with your project.
Thank you, Eric.
okay, thank you.
So, before we, just briefly, before we get to the next agenda item, should we agenda item for our next meeting? This issue about, two things have just come up, the one with the, about the bid ground that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And now whether we would actually create a policy that could, and we have to find out if we can do this, but, a restriction on these, based on no irrigation system.
Or no automatic. I would be fine with having a conversation about that next time, kind of depending on how much else we've got on the agenda. I mean, the agendas have been long lately. We've had some really big items. So
Yeah.
that I might have feel a little contention about that. But I could imagine this also going off to some committee work and having a recommendation be brought back. Right?
Okay.
I think maybe we need one discussion and then some committee work, something like that.
Okay.
Ad hoc committee.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Yeah, because it's like, how do we tell people what they can use their water for? Is it like you can't take a bath in the drought? Or-
Right.
Yeah,
right,
it gets tricky.
right.
So I think we need to really think. about it.
Okay.
But I would
Okay,
like to do that.
well, why don't we,
I would too.
But we have resolution 655.
I just wanted to,
I agree.
yeah,
Let's put it, I agree, it's great. Let's put it onto a committee. And yeah.
okay,
I disagree. Let's keep it on the radar, on the agenda to have discussion in the open, in front of the public. If the agenda gets too stacked with other important items, then maybe we could, you know, punt it to the next month, but, I think it's worth having a discussion. You know, this isn't the first time we've had customers here in front of us having gone over their limits. I don't feel like we have enough teeth to enforce these things.
Yeah.
I really think we need to put something in place sooner rather than later, so. Even if
let's
it's
get
just a
that
5 to
hashed out in the committee and then come back on to the board. No?
possibly, yeah, so that just delays it, I think.
I don't-
all right.
I personally think it'd be more.
Put it on the agenda
Let
for
me go
next
ahead.
time.
What would you like to do, Grace?
I'd like to put it on the agenda for next time and then make these decisions, because I'm hearing a couple different things. One is more teeth in the LWAP process, or
Yeah.
that you didn't comply with your LWAP process.
Yeah.
And the other one is, are we actually entering the territory of telling people what to do after the meter? Those are two separate things.
Yeah,
I
two
believe.
separate things.
So, and I,
Yeah.
Okay,
so I'd like to,
I agree with Grace. I think
okay,
it's agendized.
okay. So we'll do
and then we.
two agenda items.
Mhm.
If it turns out to be a long agenda, we'll just continue them to the next meeting.
Yeah, we all see the draft agenda before it's finalized, so
Yeah.
if we feel like we don't have the capacity next month, let's, you know,
Good.
make
Yeah.
that.
Good.
Give those
Keep it
next
on the
agenda.
radar. though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but follow up because it's true. Okay.
You need a rubber.
Item 7, BCPUD pedestrian / bicycle path project proposal for engineering and design services from BKF Engineers, Becky Dower.
I had thought she would be able to be present today, but it doesn't look, she told me she might not. I don't know if something's come up for her, but I don't see her in the Zoom, but I know Dawn's here to speak to this, and we put this back on the agenda after it was proposed last month about whether you would want to consider taking action to get going on the design and engineering of the path. with the understanding that that just, you know, the clock is ticking on that project. And although there's uncertainties about the interior of the Grove, we know at least there's sections of the path that could be done with the available funding so that, and then we'd have an entire engineered plan. That was the proposal last month.
Right, right. As I recall, Kevin was concerned that we maybe put a halt on this until we find out which trees needed to be cut or pruned
A little bit.
vis-a-vis the path.
My thinking may have evolved slightly, so if, Don, if you have an update, I'd love to hear it from Jennifer, but, I have a couple of more questions about the bike path, but do you want to say anything about it, or are you just here to?
Well,
listen?
yeah, I mean, something has to be done about the trees. Bike path or no bike path, they're dangerous. And I mean, if you go down Mesa Road, you're vulnerable to the trees as well as if you go down the bike path. We know this now. And the kids are gonna be safer on the bike path than on Mesa Road, therefore, because at least they don't have the traffic to worry about. And so I would urge you to, you know, move ahead with this, and we're just doing a design at present that won't be going out to bid for a while. So then, you know, as Jennifer said, we'll have the design in hand, and when we're ready to bid, we can bid it out. But also, as she pointed out, there are parts of the path that aren't in this problematic Uke area. So that those could be done. I mean, we won't know until the bids are in how much of this thing we're gonna be able to pave. Probably not all of it, but the numbers out there for bids on anything these days are fluctuating so wildly that, like, we're just not gonna be even able to get it to 20 or 30% based on the engineering estimates. And so we'll just, you know, see what happens, but we should, I think, move ahead and get the design and get some bids so we know where we're at. And another way we might be able to structure the bid is, like, how much of it can be paid for this amount of money that we have, as opposed to asking the usual question of how much is it going to cost to finish this project. And we have the path route prioritized as to which ones need the paving the most, the ones that are the most deteriorated. And only one of those 5 or 6 sections is in the thick of the Ukes, and that's the part that after you go past the goat pasture and head downhill, there's that S turn, and then it exits at the bottom of Mesa Road. That part there is in pretty bad shape, and maybe we can prioritize the Uke removal to get rid of those first, and so we can finish that section. Because as well as, you know, the danger of the Ukes being there, there's the problem of when you take down the Ukes, you don't want it to land on your brand new paving project.
Yeah, it's all cart and horse, huh?
But I mean, I think honestly, this new situation is going to go on for a decade or two, because it's extremely expensive to get rid of these things. And in the meantime, you know, the kids have no way to get, nobody has any way to get downtown from the Mesa or to school from the Mesa without going on traffic roads. And this has been in the community plan for decades, and we still aren't there yet. We've got to do it.
So what's your thinking now?
Yeah, like I said, my thinking changed a little bit. I feel, especially feeling that Mesa Road itself is vulnerable to trees falling down, as we've seen. Terrace is vulnerable. You know, we've got this bluff that's washing away. We need as many routes in and out of town as we can get. I don't like the idea of letting this bike path kind of go fallow, which is sort of what we've been doing a little bit. We've got the grant money. I think, you know, it's just the problem with the Ukes is it's sort of a chicken and the egg thing. Like you say, we don't want to be taking down Ukes on a freshly paved bike path, but I just feel like we need to invest in the bike path now. We've got the funding to at least partially do it. I sort of feel like we should just move forward with it. But that's, my thinking has changed a little bit.
All right, let me go around. What do you think, Christian?
I would agree. I think we've talked about this quite a lot, and I think there's been a lot of effort. For proceeding.
The grant pays for the engineering too, right?
Yes,
To be covered.
up to a certain point. I mean, they have a cap of 25% of the grant amount on pre-construction with soft costs.
And we're talking 75K. Which is what
Yeah.
this proposal is,
Yeah.
plus 2,000 reimbursable, is my recollection, so.
Yeah, well, there are other.
There are gonna be other,
people too,
yes.
but we're gonna make it below the 25% cap,
Yeah.
and hopefully, you know, a good margin below it, because every penny we spend on pre-construction is, you know, less paving we get done.
Right, and I would hold 18 to 25% soft costs against the construction cost. So you're talking about BKF, I think it was the topo, a little geo, and design for 75K.
Yeah,
And then whoever other design consultants, if we combine that, I think you're gonna be more like 18% against the construction
Yeah.
costs.
hopefully.
You add
yeah.
those two together and that should come within the grant funding.
I think we should see, develop the engineering so that we can get the pricing done, and there's been a lot of good work so far, and I think there is gonna be a timeline to the tree process, so I think it'd be good to do it while we have a bid and
Right,
a price.
yeah. What do you think, Grace?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's good for the momentum of the project too, because it had so many little fits and starts and it seems to be going from A to B to C, so let's keep it going. So, Chip, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Keep
Yeah.
it on.
Thank you.
They made a career out of it.
Yeah.
I have been a 23 years.
Yeah.
so-
Ah, what's up?
I think.
So Jennifer, you need a motion to approve the proposal for engineering?
Yep.
Okay,
What about the optional services here? Like you mentioned geotech person, but it's actually not included. It's an optional service. Do we need to decide on that tonight, or is that something we can decide on down the road, Jennifer?
I think
We've got
we-
the geotechnical, the boundary survey, those are all additional costs.
I think,
Oh,
if I'm remembering
28K.
what we,
Yeah, 28,500.
what we talked about before was thinking that the geotechnical investigation was not necessary. The boundary survey is gonna depend on the county. But we think that we know, and we have the survey now that the county's done of, a good portion of from Mesa Road around on Olima Bolinas Road, and I think that we can satisfy the county if we need to, that the entirety of the path is on the BPUD property. That's the issue, I think, and so I think you should approve the 75,000, and if for any reason we need to come back and that a boundary survey is required, then we can deal with it then, but we would be trying to persuade the county we don't need that for this project.
Yeah, I really hope we don't.
Yeah.
That's expensive, and I mean, the only part that really comes close is along the you know, the meadow on Mesa Road there, and they already let us put that in where it is.
Right.
Without a boundary survey, and so we're just improving what's already there, so.
And that's been their consistent, that's why they're not requiring re-permitting. As long as we are staying within the original footprint of the path, we don't have to get it re-permitted. And so I think I am cautiously optimistic right now that we will not be required to do that.
Do you want us to vote on the 75,000 for the topo and I'm gonna call them construction documents? Do you want us to vote on that 75,000 plus if the county comes back and asks for geotech and survey, it's another 28,000? Can we just not make a vote on that right now? It's contingent and you manage that, or are you saying you want us to just vote on the 75,000? And you're gonna come back and ask us for more if there is an ask. I would rather just give you free reins, the 75,000 plus the 28. If the county 28 and a half, I think it is, county comes back and asks for that money, rather than it comes back to
Yeah.
us as a board agenda.
Yeah. Don, what do you think?
Well,
That
I-
bumps it up right close to the
I mean,
25%.
I'm just really hoping that we don't have to do either of those two
Right.
things, and so. If it, to the extent that it might incrementally make that more likely, if you don't approve it, I would rather you didn't approve it.
Okay. All right,
Because like all of that money is down the drain, we don't get any bike path done for that.
right. Now, I understand what you're saying, but it sounds like people would rather just go with the straight proposal for the 75 on the engineering and meet the other issue down the road if it confronts us. Is that what
Keep
I-
it lean, yeah.
you know, just for even just keeping
Yeah.
the money down?
I
Okay,
was hoping to make it lean on
Yeah,
Jennifer's
no,
side,
yeah.
rather than come back to the board.
Yeah.
I'm not saying don't keep it lean, I'm
Right,
just saying, does
right.
it have to come back to the board? But, okay,
I'm hearing
I'm
most of
on,
it.
I'm on you, I'm on board.
Okay, so can I get a motion then to approve the proposal for engineering on this?
I move.
So moved. So moved.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we'll just continue with that. It's done. All right, item 8. Ecology Sonoma Marin request for a one-time extraordinary rate increase due to ongoing losses from operations in Bolinas. I knew you were around here.
Thanks
You had a good time?
I know, that would change.
Now that it's time for her to talk, everybody leaves.
Okay, it's not my first board meeting. I've attended your board meetings in the past by Zoom, and I know you guys go really late.
Well, we try not to.
Cover a lot of stuff.
So I'm gonna ask you to just wait a moment because 2 of my board members just left the table.
Wait, on Zoom, you can nap.
Uh,
And Nikki, so that you know, it's up here. Yeah.
Anybody,
Ron, what's the history of that? Did it all- there, as long as anybody remembers, did it an old deer path, or was it actually cut by people with intention of creating a footpath? Do you know?
Yeah, I was waiting out there with the contractor surveying the route. We did that in 2006 or 7.
At that point, there wasn't a footpath, or was it just?
There were footpaths, but there was nothing, bicycle.
Okay.
Either in width or smoothness or grade. And it's a new route that was really hard to find, actually. I mean, the goal was to make it less steep than Terrace Avenue, and we achieved that.
Mainly went, the footpath went through by Sean Thatcher's winery down to the research recovery. That was the path we were, it was real.
Very steep, yeah.
It opened up a whole new area of the land that hadn't been accessible before, because it was covered with a 12-foot high.
You can get
Right.
Oh, wow.
And
You go like this, shavings or what?
no, it was Cotoneaster and all kinds of other bushes and a lot of ornamental. But that part where after you go down by the goat and go through the hairpin turn, that whole reverse there where you overlook the resource recovery center, that was completely inaccessible. Nobody ever went. And that's a beautiful part of it. I love that part.
Yeah. Nice, yes.
So we were hoping that a gravel path would hold up, because that's all we could afford, and it eroded and it got improved upon by grass in the open area.
All right,
Downhill quickly.
now that we have a full board, I'm going to return to the agenda and take 8. I'm just gonna turn the floor over to you and let you make your proposal.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Nikki Burke. I'm the regional rate manager for Ecology. And I'm here to talk to you about the fact that we need to ask for a rather extraordinary rate increase. We have been operating at a significant loss in willingness since we took over in 2017. I do have a presentation that kind of reviews what we do in Bolinas and what our services are. I can go through that quickly, or I can just leave that for you since it is a late hour and I know you have a number of things to go through, so.
How long is your presentation?
It's probably like 10 slides. It might take, I can probably do it in 5 to.
Oh, I think you should make it.
Okay, so we can go on to the next slide. So as I said, we took over from Ladder Group in 2017, and we are a 100% employee-owned company. We are a union company. We have our drivers are paid significantly differently than they were under Ratto. And we have drivers who can afford to live in our county, Marin County, Sonoma County, which is wasn't always easy in the past. We're providing all of your garbage and recycle and compost collection services, including complying with the new state laws that just came about that I think we talked about last year, SB 1383, as well as the recycling laws that are in effect. So we can go on to the next slide. We are picking up all of the services, serving 600 accounts. We're providing, in addition to whatever garbage service is subscribed to, we're providing up to 2 recycle and up to 2 organics containers for each of the residential customers, as well as recycling and organics for commercial customers. We're providing on-call bulky item collection, 2 of those a year, battery recycling, I think, and then basically we have drivers. Oh,
Sorry, I went ahead.
One
sorry.
more back.
Yeah.
We have drivers spending one more.
Oh, sorry.
Spending about 60 hours a week out here in Bolinas. So just to give you an idea of one of the major drivers of the cost of what we're doing. Next slide. We also are providing free services in the city, around 37,000 annual carton bin collection for city services, as well as some debris box collection on an as needed basis. And as well as providing donations at the Labor Day barbecue at the Art and Garden Food Festival. You know, sometimes we don't always provide it 100% free because we have had to really cut back because there have been so many donation requests, but we provide at least some of the services for free. And one of those events, and I apologize, I don't remember which one, was 100% free. Next slide. We have a new rear loader operating in this area, and that's basically reflective of state requirements that we replace all of the old trucks due to CARB. We are also facing potentially having to replace them again, but we're not going to get into that complicated mess right now. And we have brought all of our sites up to compliance with the LEA and all the state standards, the city standards, which we're really proud of, and we think it's really important. And we have really focused on our safety goals, which is another thing that we was not the case when we took over. So we're really happy with that. And then one more. We have Waste Zero department, which comes and works with mostly your commercial accounts. Maylin is your Waste Zero specialist. I don't know if any of you have a chance to meet her, but she can come and like educate commercial accounts, educate your school children, and do events. Come and be a presence at local events to help people understand what they need to be doing to reduce their waste and recycle more, reduce their use, and divert more material. We can keep going. We're also publishing a Bolinas specific newsletter that we send out twice a year with information on things like what's happening with how to use your resources properly. We have increased your landfill diversion. It's gone from 50% in 2020 to 60% in 2023. We work with Zero Waste Marin and the 8939 Task Force and Cal Recycle to assist your area as well as the whole region in meeting state requirements and goals. And we also have the newsletter, which provides a lot of information to help our customers learn what they can do to reduce their usage. So And then we have put in place 19 commercial compost programs. Next page, sorry, Jennifer. 19 commercial compost programs in the area, including at the Belina Stinson School. And we have reached 100% compliance on AB 1826 when we were at 33% when we took over. So that's just to give you an idea of, I know it's hard to have somebody come in and say, we need a really large rate increase. And part of that is, I don't know how it was being done before, but what I know is what we're doing is trying to follow all the rules and make sure that we're getting material diverted and used as best we can and not thrown in the landfill unless we have to. So I provided a packet. Did you have a chance to look at the submission I made?
Yes, we all been, I remember the board.
Yeah, and when you say a significant increase, just for everybody else who's here on Zoom, read that, can you share what that significant increase is?
I can. So to give you an idea, if I look at how much it's costing us to operate, how much revenue we would need to basically cover our costs, and provide us with what is a 12% margin on allowable expenses. So in this industry, we typically charge a margin on everything except disposal and recycling processing. So we have a 12% return on those expenses, but we don't get the return on like disposal, what we're paying to the landfill. So that typically translates to somewhere between a 6 and 7% EBIT margin, which is a pretty low margin if you're, most people in business are looking for something higher than that. But because we are a contract, we recognize that we have some certainty in that. So that would require us to earn about 687,000 in revenue annually from Molinas. We're currently earning 329,000 annually in revenue. So if I just look at our labor costs and our disposal and our recycling processing, I'm well underwater just with those expenses without considering any of the other expenses that go into servicing us, like.
Say it again, you said current is 329 and what you're proposing is what?
687. So that would translate to 108% increase. However, we have some proposals as to how to mitigate that, because obviously we're concerned with putting that burden on ratepayers too. And one of the things that, in talking with operations, I've determined is that there are certain areas here that require a lot more time to service than other areas within the Molinas service area. There are a few accounts that require a smaller truck or a driver to get out and walk a significant distance to pull all the carts in. And we have not, because we took the rate structure that we purchased, we were not necessarily charging for those. So we are suggesting expanding and making sure that those charges are consistently applied by container. And that's another way that they were not being done quite the way they should be. They were being applied maybe by account and not really covering the costs. So I had suggested that we could adjust our walk-in charges to make sure that for every container our drivers having to walk in to get, because we have 3 drivers coming through the area, or actually, I'm sorry, we have 2 drivers. We have a driver doing recycling and garbage, and we have a driver doing organics. So we would be charging for the recycling of each of the drivers for a walk-in charge instead of charging per account. And then we also have a number of driveways that are significant distances where we're having to drive a truck 50, 100, 200 feet up, and these things add time, and that's really your significant expense. So we're suggesting adding a number of those types of charges, which allows us to get the rate increase down to a 77% rate increase, which sounds like a lot. Don't get me wrong. However, if you're looking at what that means if you go to page of my packet, if you go to page 4, page
The DRR package.
Yes, the DRR package. If you go to page 4 of the DRR package, that really equates to
$11 for a 20-gallon can. Because your rates are pretty low.
Annually, $11.
No.
Not good.
Will be, and so,
So it goes from $30 to,
well, $30 is the new rate. If you look on page 3, it had the old rate, which is
Ah.
1928.
I don't see what. Oh, sorry.
For the people on Zoom, could you tell us what page on the PDF you're referencing?
I'm referencing page 3 at the top for the current rates and page 4 for the projected rates. Which, if you look just a little further down on page 4, it gives you an idea of what the impact is on each of your customers. So you're looking at a less than $20 increase for 468 out of your 584 residential customers.
But,
Or 80%.
sorry, that's monthly.
Monthly.
Okay. Less
Less than $20 per month.
increase per month, okay. This is kind of minor, but historically, people have been able to pay. And I thought it was in perpetuity, of, I'm gonna ask somebody to come in and get my trash.
Yes.
Right, and so that's
They
not
can do that,
actually
yes, definitely.
the case, okay,
No, that's what's known as a walk-in charge. That's what I was referring to.
yes.
That are either not, we aren't necessarily charging enough to cover the cost of that service. So part of this proposal is right-sizing that particular charge in a different way to make sure that we're covering the costs of doing that work. Because those are some of the accounts I'm talking about, where the driver has to get out and walk in and get the truck, or this came about because
But they're paying for that as an additional service.
they are paying for that in addition, but it costs a significant amount.
so it's already in the bill now, but you're gonna
It-
increase it.
There's a charge for it in the bill, but
Right.
it's not covering the cost of doing the
Right,
service.
And so you're wanting to spread that cost, but that.
No, I'm wanting to focus that cost onto the houses that are getting
Right.
that service,
Right,
as opposed to having it spread out. Right now, it's a little more spread out on all the customers, which is not fair, and that's simply a reflection of the fact that we took over an existing rate structure and we didn't until now have the opportunity to really focus on.
Okay.
So let me see what else I can highlight.
Sorry to just interrupt real quick and just ask one more time. I'm looking at, I guess it's PDF page 4, but I think it's, just tell me if I'm correct. Are you looking at the bottom, it says page 4 of 9, and it's got a print date of July 21, 2023. Is that the one?
That is the one, Elisa.
Okay, thank you so much. I just can't, I mean, it's PDF page 6, but
Oh,
it's.
sorry about that. Yeah, you're right. It's a little bit different on the PDF page versus the page at the bottom. So do you guys have any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So Recology bought Batto in 2017.
Mhm.
And I recognize that this is an unsavory presentation and we're only 0.2% of Recology's business. But why wasn't there an audit done 5 years ago?
Well, we knew that we were coming into a situation where we had to increase rates, and we had basically had the same conversation with every franchise that we have. And you just happen to be the lucky ones that we didn't get to till last. I mean, that's just most. I mean, to be honest, Jennifer will attest that I did submit this a year ago, but neither I nor she nor you had the time to really deal with it at that point either. So
we did get one rate increase already, didn't we?
we did have an SB 1383 rate increase last year, which was an extraordinary above and beyond the normal cost increase, rate increase, yes.
Yeah,
And that's all accounted for in here. So what this process does is really do a reset of, here's our current costs and here's what our current revenue is. And do those really match up?
yeah. And you're an employee-owned company?
We are. Which is nice. Every employee owns a piece of Recology.
Yeah, Well, I'm more sympathetic. To the if the profits are being shared, and to be honest, you know.
I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
We're not trying to make a fortune, but it is difficult to
No.
continue to lose money.
Yeah, and that's what I'm feeling, is I don't see the workers losing money. Yeah, Don, you had your hand up?
Well, I'd just be interested in knowing how our rates compare to other
That's a good question.
West Marin communities, not East Marin, because West Marin is gonna cost more to collect because everything's so spread out,
I'd
roads
say-
are so sketchy.
It's anyway.
So
Same
I,
question, the last page of the PDF, we have a side by side with
yeah,
Bolinas and Stinson, so maybe you could speak to why those rates are different, what's different about your collection in Bolinas versus Stinson?
and we have,
Ours-
so
ours-
Alicia, that,
Ours are as much as 36% higher, you know, for the same size container, Bolinas versus Stinson.
What
Um,
page is that?
This is the last page of the PDF, so
Okay.
page 11 of 11.
page 9 of 9 at the bottom, Alicia. for
Thank
the
you.
last page of The PDF.
Yeah,
So yes,
I don't have that. visual.
Here.
I got 8 of mine only. Thank you.
so we put them. So if you look relative to the Marin Coast rates, you, even with your new projected rates, you are still, right in line with it. Stinson Beach, as I said, I did this process with Stinson Beach, but I began the process in 2020. And then it took us 1.5 years to get it, actually more like 2 years to get it done. And then we were in the middle of COVID. And quite honestly, the variance in business combined with our new union contract means that when our new contract makes it available to do this again, we're going to have to go through the same process. We won't be looking at the 80% increase we had in Stinson last time. We'll be looking at probably more like a 15% increase. But Stinson Beach is a little bit understated right now because we didn't quite get it right that time. But that's one of the things that we do, we can recommend. I don't know if we would want to do this, but what we did in Stinson Beach, because their contract was expiring, is we put in place a new contract. And as part of that new contract, we kind of updated some of the ways we interact with each other. One of which is we updated the regular rate increase methodologies so that we include indices for labor and truck replacement, truck repair, fuel, disposal, recycling, and so that your costs are reflective of how those publicly available indices change, and that ensures that the rates don't get too far out of whack, more so than when you just use CPI. Because if you just use CPI, as we all know, fuel has changed dramatically, and if you're not taking into account a major driver of our costs and is changing dramatically, and you're just using CPI, it can get off pretty easily. And the second is that we put in place something called a detailed rate review, which is basically the same process, but it goes both directions. So it allows us to say at every, say, 4 years, the contract would define that every 3 or 4 years, we can, either one of us can ask that we look at our costs and determine if they're right. And if we're getting too much revenue, then we look at reducing our revenue. If we're not getting enough, we talk about what type of increase we need so that we don't reach a point where we need an 80% increase again, because nobody wants that.
Question about that. Do you have any of those types of contracts in place, and has your company ever found itself in the situation of declaring that you have too much revenue and you drop the rate?
We have not had too much revenue to date.
Yeah.
We are in the process of doing one of these with Santa Rosa, because it is part of their contract that they put in place in 2018, which was kind of the driver for us buying the whole of Verado operations. Was we were the bidder and winner for the Santa Rosa contract. So we bought all of Verado's operations around that contract. And we are doing that, and I can't necessarily share all of the, I guess it is public in the agenda now. There's a rate increase coming about through that DRR, or that detailed rate review, that is smaller than what the refuse rate index, the normal rate increase methodology, would have indicated for this year. It's not a decrease, but it is a smaller increase than they would have had.
Okay.
The numbers are still pretty close because they do have in place a methodology that uses those indices and allows their rates to stay a little more tracking with what actual costs.
So you're proposing a 77% increase, not 100. Right?
I am proposing that we find a way to ensure that we cover our revenue, but we try to mitigate the costs to your ratepayers.
Okay,
There are other options we can look at to do further mitigation. None of them are gonna change the fundamentals of rates need to go up a significant amount. But we can do things like talk about adding I think you have a care discount. Am I right, Jennifer?
Sorry,
You have a care discount or a low income discount?
not that I'm aware of.
So one thing we have in place in a lot of communities is something called a low income discount. We call it a care discount because it's tied to PG&E's care program. So if you qualify with PG&E to have a low income discount, you just have to show us your PG&E bill and you get a low income discount. So we can put that in place so that, you know, that does unfortunately spread the cost of that discount across other ratepayers, but it allows your lowest income ratepayers to pay a little bit less. That varies in our communities between 15 and 25%.
But yeah, I think you talk about that in your DRR here, and I think even with the care discount, you're still raising rates on those lowest income customers by 50-something%.
Yes,
So it's still a sizable increase in their rates.
it is still a sizable increase. The other way to look at it is your ratepayers have been paying $19 to have two $400,000 trucks drive by their house once a week and pick up material that costs, in your case, $75 a ton to dispose, you know, every week, as well as all of these additional services. It would be lovely that if garbage were cheap. It's
Yeah.
simply not.
I didn't get to finish my
Sorry.
point. No, that's okay. Because I made the statement about the 108 to 77. But this is a rate increase and it's gonna be capped to what, a year,
So
2
this would be
years?
the rate increase this year, and then we would either continue with since we have a contract that runs through 2030, we can choose to just continue with the existing contracts. Thus, next January, you would have a CPI rate increase just as the contract defines. This would replace the CPI increase for this year, but next year it would be the same type of increase you always see.
Next year being 2020, I mean, we're talking.
January 1, 2025.
25.
So
Okay,
this
so
is-
a year and 3 months.
This is designed to be,
Okay.
this is presented to be the rate increase for January 1, 2024.
Mhm.
And then a year later, there will be more of what you're used to seeing, your CPI type increase. We could also consider putting in a more robust rate increase methodology, but putting in place a new contract tends to take a long time. And given that you have a contract running through 2030, I don't know that that makes sense. It's
Yeah.
something we could consider.
Let me go around the table.
I have some more questions.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I should have said, I'm a fan of Recology. I visited your San Francisco and seen the artist and resident program there that's been running for a long time, and I'm a big fan of that, so. I know this is maybe a challenging meeting, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, but, I do believe in the mission of Recology. Question about your funding sources, it seems like you're 100% customer funded, I'm wondering if Recology Sonoma Marin ever seeks out any grant funding. You mentioned like CARB has forced you to replace some of your fleet. I imagine CARB has grants for this sort of thing. So is there any way to make up some of this funding gap with any sort of government grants or any other funding sources?
I am not aware of any eligibility for a collection company in those types of grants. My colleague Celia is on Zoom. Celia, do you have any awareness of something like that?
I do not at this time, but I'd be happy to look into that further. I think it's an interesting concept. I don't know that we would qualify, but that's something we can look into and get back to you.
Hey, Kevin, what other?
Well, so I don't feel like Andrew's question was answered to my satisfaction that, you know, we signed an agreement with you in 2017. And part of that agreement was that Recology would honor all aspects of the franchise agreement that we had with Rado Group. But you're saying, you know, pretty much immediately you were running at a deficit. So what was the financial analysis that was done at that time, and where's the disconnect there that, so maybe you answer that and I missed it, but I'm.
No, I can't truly speak to that. I started with pathology in January of 2018. So they had made the acquisition and that's when I began. I know that we relied upon financials that we were given. And that was what we had available. So
I mean, you are a 100-year-old company, right? So this isn't your first rodeo. So I'm just surprised that sort of right out the gate, seem to be surprised by the cost of running the operation.
I wouldn't say we were surprised. We expected it, and we came in and approached, have methodically approached each of our franchises, and you are on the smaller side, and so we were able to absorb the loss for longer due to simply not having the time and resources to approach it more quickly. I also want to say that I don't think we should look at this as we're not really honoring our contract by asking for this. Our contract does in fact say that we are entitled to reasonable compensation. And I would argue that this doesn't qualify, and we're not coming in with we must have this, but we're asking to recognize that this isn't reasonable compensation.
But you could use that argument almost every year then. I mean,
Well, we would have to back it up, and I would quite honestly encourage you to have someone, verify this. Oftentimes what we do when we do this process is we do have a consultant come in and work with us to say, okay, let's dig into these numbers and verify that these are actually your costs, and those results sometimes result in small changes. They rarely result in, I've never seen them result in significant changes, but it certainly is useful, and I would say as a board we would want to do that. Because obviously you don't want me just coming in and saying, oh, I need 200% increase.
yeah. So most of us have 32-gallon cans, is that right?
Yes, most of you have, so that is on page 3 of the, not the PDF, but the packet. Page 39. Yeah, so most residential customers have a 32-gallon, another significant number have 20 gallon.
And the 32-gallon increase would go from about 30 to 50, is that right?
Go from 25.74, yeah, to 41.08.
Okay. Oh, somebody has their hand up, Janine? If you can hear me,
Just to unmute.
you're muted. All right, well, if she gets it off, we'll talk. Don?
To the point about, one of the franchises maybe, double checking the financial numbers, maybe we can piggyback on that. If one of the larger franchises maybe has gone through that process of verifying all the financials, then, and if they determine that that's a reasonable rate, then we could probably accept that that's a reasonable rate.
Well, as I said, we've just been through this with Santa Rosa, so you could, I think in order to get that opinion and have it be of any protection to the board, you would have to engage the same consultants. But I could certainly tell you the consultants that they hired.
Let me see, Kevin, do you have any more questions or comments?
Maybe circle back to me. Let me see.
I think Janine's unmuted now.
Oh,
Janine?
Yes, I just have a question. I know the point of this is for all of us to reduce our waste. And I know in many households, in my neighborhood, I see that we put out our garbage cans about once a month. And mostly the green cans get used. So we're getting charged, actually, I understand the business end of it, but we're getting charged quite a bit for having one pickup a month. And now it's going to be more. And I'm just wondering, are there any other communities or areas, or is there a possibility of having a service that only gets a pickup once a month? I know it's probably more confusing for the drivers, but a lot of us are already adhering to generating less garbage. It certainly would lower the cost.
Yours
Thank
is not an unusual
you.
question, and I appreciate that. There's a couple of issues with that. One is, as you alluded to, it really is virtually impossible to implement from a driver perspective. There are softwares that can be purchased that can allow you to do that, but one, we don't have those, and that's a significant added cost. And two, I think they're difficult to use in areas like wilderness. And then also there is a mandatory weekly waste collection ordinance. So everyone has to have weekly waste collection, and that's an issue. And then thirdly, waste collection in this area is structured such that you're paying for garbage and you're receiving recycling and organics for free. But the fact is, recycling and organics to process and collect cost virtually the same as garbage. So when you're paying for a price for garbage, a large part of that is going to pay for recycling and organics. Because as much as we'd like to believe that, well, first, recycling did used to do a lot to support itself as far as being able to sell the material you got as far as cardboard and plastic and metal. But in 2018, when China stopped accepting those materials and stopped paying the high prices, those markets really fell off, and they have recovered somewhat, but currently it costs about between $50 and $100 a ton to process mixed recycling. And that's not counting the fact that you have to drive a large expensive truck out here to pick it up. And similarly, organics costs about, in Marin County for Bolinas, costs about $47 a ton to process. So I appreciate that you aren't producing much garbage, but unfortunately to be stewards of the planet has now become quite expensive for us. So does that address your question, Janine?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right.
In like a hypothetical back of the napkin way, if we already were at a rate that was agreeable with Recology and the CPI increase were to happen, what is the magnitude of that type of percentage bump?
So, I've just gotten this question again today. So CPI is publicly published Bureau of Labor Statistics. So it's based on whatever inflation rate is.
Yeah.
So there's no real way to project. In the past, it has often been running around 2 to 3%. In the past year and a half, I've seen CPIs be 7-8%, depending on the timing of when the indices, what indices you're using. So we expect that will go back down, and certainly in the more robust rate methodologies that include things for fuel, for example, we have seen some high increases this year because fuel has gone up so much, but I have seen in the past fuel be a negative component to that. It usually doesn't result in an actual negative total ROI, but it takes what would have been a 6% ROI and reduces it to 2%. Because fuel has gone down. For example, in 2019, when it went down to like $3.50 a gallon, we did see some very low ROIs because of that. But I can't predict this, unfortunately.
Could we do the stepped increase over several years and just fold that CPI increase in as well each year?
We have offered that, and typically when we offer that, we offer it in conjunction with a contract extension, because we have already suffered 5 years of losses. We do want to keep our relationship. So Bolinas wanted to talk about doing an extension on the 2030 contract, say for an additional 10 years at that point. I think Recology would be open to that. So.
And what kind of adjustment would it be if we gave more time?
So what we have typically done is done one large increase in the beginning. Say with what you're looking at, I would say you'd probably be looking at 40% the first year, and then you would have another step of say 25% plus the RRI, and then you would kind of calculate once you've done the 40 and the 25, what you need to get to the remaining 77 plus the RRI in the third year. So that's something I have laid out for other communities.
And I will tell you that I've had as many communities choose not to do that as choose to do it, because it simply makes customers upset 3 years in a row as opposed to one just big upset.
Right. Uh-huh.
So I've seen as many choose to just rip the Band-Aid off as choose to step.
Okay. Well, let me go around. What do you think, Grace?
I think that, you know, as people who live in the world and are fortunate enough to get our garbage picked up instead of having to deal with it ourselves, it's part of our responsibility that costs money.
Yeah.
And owning that, I think, is just being real. The gas has been incredible. I know lots of people who have businesses that use large trucks and have had to replace their fleet, and it's just been astronomically difficult for them. I think this is unfortunate, but I still think it's actually pretty cheap for getting your garbage taken away. Honestly, like if you were gonna drive it over the hill yourself, it would be that much of your time plus the cost of the dump. I think it's unfortunate, but I think that it's not reasonable to expect a company to run at a loss. And so I'm kind of in favor of the rip the bandage off personally. It's easier for me to wrap my head around and budget for, and I think it probably is. I would like to, I would be in favor of adding in the care component to it and spreading that extra cost around and the people that maybe could carry that a little more easily than the people who would qualify for the care program. So I'd like to see that.
Okay.
But that's kind of where I'm sitting. But
Yeah, okay.
Could that be modeled? Because then, like, as far as, would you be able to give us a pretty accurate modeling of how many people would be eligible for that in Galena and how that would affect everybody's rates?
I think because
I mean, does PG&E share that data with you? 'Cause-
PG&E does not share that data, but what I do is I look at how many people we have in our other communities that are qualifying for the care discount. And I could look at, say, we do have a care discount in Stinson Beach, so that might be a more comparable community than, say, Santa Rosa, and see what percentage of customers are qualifying there. Generally, what happens, there are a couple ways you can structure it. If you're concerned that we really have no idea how many people will sign up, one way to do it is for the board to pay for it themselves, because the discount would be relatively small for your community. So that what we do in Santa Rosa, for example, is each quarter we say this many customers receive the care discount, it costs this much, and Santa Rosa City pays for it. So it's not, we weren't responsible for projecting how many would get it and then getting revenue based on that. Because obviously we want to be a little conservative, you want to be a little aggressive on that, and so you find a middle ground and hope you're right. That is one way it will work, and you can do that and revisit it, or you can have the district pay for it. So yeah, I think that answers the question.
Let me keep going around. What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I kind of feel same as Grace, like the trial period is over. You know, we've had a good 5 years of incredibly discounted trash pickup, and it's time to face the facts. I think, you know, we like live on a different tectonic plate than the rest of California. We're very remote, and it's part of the benefits of living out here is the remoteness, but it takes a lot of work to get services and utilities, you know. So I think the one-time approach, pull the Band-Aid off, is probably the best from my perspective, but I understand that it could be more jarring to customers in town. But I'd like to look at the care, and I also think it might be worth getting some numbers about the consultant to just look at the math.
Okay.
To be prudent, or maybe have some sort of BCPUD committee take a quick look at this. But I generally think we should just do it.
And you think the numbers they're proposing are the numbers that we should agree to? I was just trying to use the most common example, which was the 32-gallon can, which most people have.
Yeah.
So that goes from 25 to 41. Is that right? That's per month, right? So assuming that most of us and the people watching are that's our rate,
Yeah, it looked like 400 and some
It's
80 or 60 people are in that $20 or less per month
Yeah.
increase.
Yeah.
I mean, not my specialty, I would defer to Nikki's numbers, but it wouldn't be bad to have someone else look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I think as a board, it's genuine. I can give you the name of 2 consultants I know in the area who could potentially help you, and you can talk to them.
Sure, or talk to the consultants that are dealt with Santa
Well,
Rosa.
That would
or-
be one of the
or
consultants.
even Stinson, yeah.
Yeah, or even Stinson. And I think just another thing, and I don't know if this is feasible, but I don't feel like I have the pulse of our community on this one. Like I'm making a decision or like impacting the decision, but I don't necessarily feel like I am representative of everyone at the moment. So I'm a little hesitant to be like, let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I think that in this case, this is one of those cases where most of the people in the community would probably just turn right back to us and say, that's why we're sitting here, instead of you guys figure it out. So I don't know that we could get the pulse, but I think they look to us to make it, let me keep going. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just curious about this 32 gallon. I don't even think I use half of that. Is there some history around how much people actually use that 32 gallon?
I do have some numbers on how full our containers actually are, so.
Okay.
But this is based on actual disposal, like I'm also, when I first started, I set up all the reporting, so I had it all set up, so I know how much tonnage is coming from Bolinas versus coming from Stinson Beach, so I'm not just saying, oh, it's a 32 gallon, it's got this many pounds per gallon, this is how much we actually disposed from Bolinas.
Sure. And so I'm not gonna repeat what you've already expressed. Thank you gracefully, Grace and Andrew. So I would also agree, I'd like to see the care program being applied to those people who could really benefit. I've already said that I don't use 32 gallons, so I know that. Yeah, I will reduce, now I know to apply to reduce that, and life, the cost of living is increasing, so, I'm grateful to hear you're an ESOP, as you suggested, and want to compensate you appropriately, and I'm open to Andrew's suggestion of like, let's just hear from a consultant what that fee might be to look at that analysis.
They say, Kevin?
Not much else to add.
Yeah.
Don't think I'm ready to vote on anything tonight. I'd like to verify some of the numbers, but yeah. Maybe take it a little bit slower. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jenny.
I know there are people who do share if they use very small amounts or have very small amounts of garbage. So is there any advantage, or is that something people should just keep quiet?
I don't believe that qualifies under the county's ordinance of weekly garbage collections, so I would say you didn't tell me that.
I'm asking that.
Question.
Somebody got their hands up, okay, BCLT staff. Gone.
No, she's still there, but the hand went
Hand is
down.
down, yeah.
And I just.
Hi, this is Annie O'Connor, and I missed the explanation of the care program, so apologies for that. But I did want to say that we do know that 75% of Bolinas residents who are full-time qualify as low income, which is very different from the community of Stinson Beach in terms of demographics. And I do know that the Community Action Marin has run programs where they have supported members in our community who've needed assistance with PG&E bills or other bills in addition to rental assistance. And I don't know if that's a component, but I would encourage a connection to be made with Chloe Cook from who is responsible for Health and Human Services for West Marin. I'm happy to facilitate that introduction if BPUD isn't in a position to do it better. But I think that there are likely to be members in our community for whom this is a significant hardship, and I think it's important
that we anticipate that. And I also think that it's obvious that something needs to be done to support ecology to continue to serve the community. So I hope there are maybe some other partners and some public assistance that can be brought to bear to help bridge the gap.
Thanks, Danny.
All right, so Jennifer.
And just a reminder that this would all be under need to go through a Prop 218 process. You can't just, you wouldn't be able to approve it without going through that process.
Yeah. Well, that's, I think we have to back it up. If we make a recommendation to the community that this is what we're gonna do, it should be verified and so what I'm hearing is I think the consensus of the board is in principle to support the increase because we do think that you're entitled to one. I'm hearing that board members would like to back up the numbers. So I think what we should do is pursue that, whether we do it on our own through the general manager or committees.
I will provide you with the names and numbers, or I will either provide to you or provide that to them your names and have them contact you. So through Jennifer.
Yeah, I'd like the board to appoint a committee, please, for help with that.
Okay, and then maybe what we have to do is maybe we could get it done by the next meeting. We could agendize it as for action. You would like this to take effect January, right?
That would be my goal.
So we would have to send out a notice. What's a Prop 218 require, 60 days or 30 days or something?
45 days, and you need time to develop it. I think January one's overly ambitious. But
And it may be, and I recognize that, and if that's the case, we are willing to postpone the rate increase for that purpose.
Yeah.
As long as we are moving,
Yeah.
we're not really in a position to say, but we understand if we're moving toward it and we can't make that deadline, then that's something we can work with.
And I'm also hearing that we really need to build in some solid language about low income customers. Whether it's, I don't know that they should be part of care, of course it could be, but using maybe the care standards.
Yeah, that is what, so that's really the only way Recology has to do this. We don't have a mechanism to evaluate someone's income. We let PG&E do that, and if they have qualified under PG&E's program, would show us that they're qualified.
But then our contract though, would it say that the only way you could qualify for the low rate would be to be a care recipient?
We do.
Okay. So we have to think about that. I don't know if there's anything wrong with it, but there might be people who aren't in care, but could qualify otherwise financially.
Yeah.
I don't think that we want to get involved with trying to verify.
No, it wouldn't be us. And
I don't see that they've got. Yeah, we really don't have the ability to do that.
I realize that. I'm just thinking about people who don't participate in any programs like that, but they're low income and we offer them the opportunity for a lower rate, they would take it. But if you ask them, are they getting a part of care from PG&E, they would say no. So
But they could.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's their point. If you want to get it, then become part of PG&E and get part of care. There's some hands. And go ahead, Annie.
I would recommend that that's where you involve our partners in West Marin, who serve our residents in meeting their needs. So Chloe Cook, Karen Gately, Carmen Huron, who are with Health and Human Services. Part of their job is to connect our residents to the programs that serve them and help them meet their needs. I think that really leaning into those partnerships is advisable. And of course, people have a right not to participate, but I think that there are some good examples of how programs work well to ensure that people have their needs met and standards are adhered to without adding additional work to an organization like BCPUD or Recology that aren't set up to administer those income verified programs.
Okay, well, what?
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn, but it seems reasonable to me that if Marin Health and Human Services were willing to verify that we could set a different standard according to.
Okay, that would be really helpful. Are these good comments?
Yeah, thank you. Just having absorbed some of what was said a moment ago by people in the audience, if there were, I mean, I think it was said that 75% of people in Bolinas, full-time residents, qualify as low income. And if even a significant fraction of those, like 50% or whatever, were to participate, that has a real impact on the full rate payers, I would assume. And so I just wonder whether there isn't another set of numbers that should be presented to the public after factoring in that kind of reapportionment. That's my only concern. And whether, I mean, it's also something that I wonder whether it shouldn't be published in like the hearsay or something. It affects lots of people.
I will put together some estimates and I will try to get in touch with Holly Cook at Health and Human Services to see if I can get some sort of estimate from her but I'll have to look at it more. We have not seen a participation in care of greater than 6% in any single community. And obviously every community is different, so I can't say what would happen in Bolinas, but I would be surprised to see as significant as a participation as we're talking about here.
Okay.
We can put together some scenarios that say what the impact would be.
Well, on our part, I think we should refer to a committee, maybe finance committee, to verify the numbers. And on your part, I would like an amended contract maybe to reflect the things that we just talked about.
Okay.
And
So
then,
can you just verify what amended contract items we would be talking about? Would it simply be the care discount?
and the hard numbers of your new rate.
Yes, so an amended rate proposal
Yeah.
including care.
I didn't mean the whole contract.
Okay.
That's very good. I know. Sorry. Just your proposal. Yeah.
Yeah, no
But,
problem.
right, so we'll verify your numbers, and assuming that they were, then we would look at the proposed amended change. Yeah.
We will have to do an amendment to the contract to add in the care discount. If you were so inclined to adjust the rate methodology, we could look at doing that, but as I said, that might get a little more complicated, so maybe
Yeah,
it's up to you.
I think our concern is just to make sure that the opportunity is available to the greatest number of residents, so.
I will do some work on that and I will provide you an updated proposal probably sometime next week.
Okay. I'm gonna wrap this up unless there's more discussion.
I just was looking back some notes from the school board meeting on that when there was the presentation about our subsidies for the broadband service. What I wrote down is 78% low income or below at our school. So we're pretty poor.
As those who have school age children and those who are permanent residents, I think the part I have to figure out is how many are permanent residents versus partial time residents.
Yeah,
So,
well, those are school families,
yes,
so they would be
that much
permanent.
yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you.
All right, so with that,
Yes.
we'll wrap this up, and thank you for staying through the rest of the meeting. Yeah.
Well, thank you all. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Okay, and I'm recusing myself from item 9 and turning the gavel over to Grace, our Vice President.
Item 9. Thank you. BCLT requested to temporarily modify the conditions placed on the limited water use permits approved by the BCPUD on May 31st, 2023 for 130 Mesa Road and 160 Mesa Road, Bolinas, to allow the water limit approved for 160 Mesa Road to be temporarily swapped for the water limit approved for 130 Mesa Road, pending the close of BCLT's acquisition of 160 Mesa Road. And Annie, I presume you are here to speak to that.
I am, thank you. And you know, in the letter that was submitted to the board of directors and published on the website, it summarized the approval that came from the board on May 31st. I'm happy to summarize that if needed, but really, I believe that we're here today because we need to share that due to reasons outside of our control, despite our efforts, we are not going to be able to meet those conditions, primarily related to the acquisition and ownership of the Teixeira Ranch, the 160 Mesa parcel, prior to the commencement of the emergency RV park. So we are therefore requesting an amendment or an alteration so that we can continue to operate this interim housing for the current residents of the Teixeira Ranch. And what we'd like to request is that because we are going to be relocating the existing tenants from the Teixeira Ranch to the RV park on an interim basis, in order to facilitate the redevelopment of that Teixeira Ranch into the permanent housing, what we'd like to request is that, that allocation be provided apologies. What I'm needing to state is we'd like to clearly communicate that there will be no total change to the water usage authorized under the BCPUD approvals. And that's because once those current residents from the Teixeira Ranch are relocated to the interim housing site, they will not be permitted to move back to the Teixeira Ranch prior to the completion of the redevelopment into the permanent affordable housing. So that means that the water use at the Teixeira Ranch after the emergency RV park becomes operational on or about October 15th or October 20th, that the water use at the Teixeira Ranch will be substantially reduced. So we're proposing to shift water use between the properties, but the gross use of the two properties will not increase and will remain within the levels approved under the previous water use allocations. So we would like to request that we have the opportunity to use the allotment that has been provided, the maximum quarterly use limit of the 18,233 cubic feet from the 160 Mesa Road water use allocation, to allow that to be used at the 130 Mesa Road site, and have the 130 Mesa Road allocation of 2,700 cubic feet be used at the 160 Mesa Road site. So essentially to swap the water use permitted for each site so that we're using the larger amount to serve the residents at the emergency RV park, but both parcels are retaining water meters and we're staying within the confines of the regulations that exist. This would, I think, allow us to protect the health and safety of the residents in our community who currently reside at the Teixeira Ranch, to facilitate their relocation into safe and habitable housing in as expedited a manner as possible. And I'd like to make sure that the members of the community at large and the BCPUD Board of Directors are reminded that BCLT is not only committed to upholding the water moratorium, but has consistently demonstrated responsible management and stewardship of our scarce water resources across our portfolio. I am currently representing BCLT under the influence of a fever. So I probably should have started with that, but let me just say that I'd like to invite Don Smith or Jennifer Blackman, who were involved in some discussion between BCLT and the receiver, Larry Baskin, who is in control of the 160 Mesa parcel, in coming to the terms of the agreement that were submitted. So if I have mischaracterized or if there's anything that should be clarified, I want to invite Jennifer or Don now to speak to their understanding to make sure that I've clearly articulated for the board what we are requesting.
Well, a little background might help here, just to remind the original agreement about making the water allocations, the big allotment for the 50 or so residents based on historical usage, and then the default 2,700 cubic feet per quarter for the other property. So those allotments were made conditional upon this project moving forward to install temporary housing and the purchase of the Teixeira property, the 160, where the residents now are, by the land trust. So what happened is there's a purchase and sale agreement in place, but it has not closed because more needs to be understood by the land trust about the requirements for cleaning up the dump site. And so that's one aspect of it is they want to get the residents moved into these trailers before winter. And the deal is not going to close before winter. So they're asking for the allotments to be moved, the big allotment to be moved to the temporary housing trailers before the deal actually closes. The resolution BCPUD has in place for affordable housing meter stacking and swapping requires that the two properties involved be owned by the land trust, and they aren't quite yet. And if the deal falls through, then the residents have to leave, and the problem of water usage goes away, and it just reverts to what it was before any of this came up. So the modification, first modification they're asking for beyond the resolution 671 is that the transfer of the water be allowed to happen in this interim period until the deal actually closes, rather than waiting until the deal does close to transfer the water. The second they're asking for, and this is because of the requirement of Larry Baskin, the receiver, he does not want to let go of the water meter because that's the only value in the property, and that is understandable. So the original proposal approved in May was to move both water allotments to the trailer park and not have any water going on at the 160 property once those residents have moved out. But that doesn't work for Larry Baskin. So what we proposed was that we swap, instead of stacking both allotments on the trailer park, swap the big allotment to the trailer park and the small allotment back to Larry Baskin, so that he'll still have a water meter. And that's within, the 671 allows swapping or stacking, so that's kind of that is within the boundaries of the resolution.
But only when they're owned by the same entity, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what the resolution says?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the deviation from the resolution that's being asked for is this interim period, just to allow the people to get safely housed before winter drops in.
Can I just clarify something about what we did on May 31st? The water meter for 130 Mesa is a limited water use permit now, period, I believe. The water meter for 160 Mesa, I believe, is an unlimited meter. It's pending as an LWUP until BCLT acquires the property. So at this point, it's still an unlimited water meter. Is that your, am I understanding?
Or-
that?
And that's probably why he
And
wants it.
And he's trying to talk.
I think that, thank you, Don, for really helping to convey that context. I think the issue here is that BCLT will have signed the purchase and sale agreement with the receiver, but we will not have closed on the purchase and sale agreement before we'd like to begin to operate the emergency RV park. So there's this question of ownership during this prolonged escrow for a due diligence period that we're asking for you to consider BCLT to be eligible for the privileges of ownership during the time that we are in escrow, that the conditions of ownership would hold through that period, and should for some reason the deal fall through, everything would revert back. So it would revert back to an unlimited water permit. It would revert back, or it could stay capped where it is if that would make the BPUD board more comfortable, but that the BCLT and the residents not be penalized for the inability to close in the time frame, that if we're in a good faith effort to purchase, that we be afforded the opportunity to have permissions afforded to an owner unless or until we fail to complete that purchase.
I guess I'm confused about that, because if we grant that opportunity to act as an owner, do you then move people on to the site? And then if the deal doesn't close, they have to be moved off? Or is there something I'm missing?
If the
So
deal doesn't
all-
close, they have to move away from the ranch altogether.
But what is happening if we grant this? Like, are they?
So
They'll move.
everyone is, the county will require all current residents of the Teixeira Ranch to move before this winter. We are doing everything we can to make sure that people have the emergency RV park available to move into. That will be available to people to move into. So we are looking to people to move folks off of 160 Mesa onto the acreage that BCLT already owns at 130 Mesa, where the RV park is. People who move there will be able to continue to live there on a temporary basis unless the BCLT, for some reason, is not able to purchase 160 Mesa. That would occur only if the due diligence that we do on the dump site surfaces information that makes it utterly prohibitive for BCLT, for our community, to continue forward with the cleanup, the remediation work. We're talking about a worst case scenario. So we don't expect that to happen, but I think it's incumbent upon all of us to consider and plan for a worst case scenario. In a worst case scenario, that the dump site is sufficiently costly or prohibitive from the BCLT moving forward to acquire that asset, the residents are aware that they would then have to be relocated from the emergency RV park to other locations. Largely because we would anticipate at that point in time, we would not have water allocation to continue to serve them. So we understand there's risk that is inherent to this project. And what we are looking for is an opportunity to take a step forward in ensuring that there is an opportunity for the residents to move into the emergency housing on 130 Mesa by ensuring that there is water available to them at that site. It would not be incumbent upon the BPUD to revoke any water permission to those residents should the deal fall through. It would be as a result of the BCLT board taking a decision not to proceed with the purchase and sale, again, under a worst case scenario. And it would then be the BCLT that would be responsible to relocate those residents off of the emergency RV park housing, because we would no longer have water available to serve those residents under the scheme that we're proposing.
What's your estimated timeline of some of these things being resolved? And can you answer what the October 15th, 2023 interim housing project date means?
We are planning, and currently right now on a critical path to go live with the emergency RV park between October 15th and October 20th. So we'll have the RVs, we'll have, utilities, groundwork, etc. We hope that we will have water available to service the residents. But that is the date that we expect to go live and relocate the residents. And it's the October 15th date is a proxy for the start of the rainy season. And the timeline for resolving the due diligence is within the first 120 days from signing the purchase and sale agreement, which we expect to happen in the next few weeks. We would complete another phase 2 study on the dump site that would give us more information about what is contained. And we would then go through a process of negotiating an agreement with the State Water Board. It's called a CLARA agreement that would allow us to be more certain about what the scope of the remediation is that would be required. It's a negotiation that really can only be completed prior to closing on a purchase and sale. So the CLARA legislation is designed to incentivize white knights, for lack of a better term, who are interested in cleaning up a property that has a distressed asset. And it's important that we have not closed on the purchase and sale prior to negotiating that agreement with the State Water Board. So that is the main driver for why we cannot close in a time frame that aligns with the RV park. And we expect that that would be an 8-month or no more than a 1-year process.
Okay, so you have several weeks until you would potentially sign, and then from there begins the 120-day due diligence period. And is there any reason why you could not do the due diligence in the rainy season, do you think? Is there any?
It's preferable to do the due diligence in the rainy season so that we're able to get water samples as part of it.
And then could you clarify, I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow all the timelines. 120 days and then, but the Clara would be 8 months to a year, so you don't. I'm not sure where the taking over the ownership of the property falls in there. Is it after the 120 days? Or is it
The one
after the Clara time?
It's after the Clara. So the 120 days just allows us to do an additional engineering study that gives us better information about more nuanced and detailed information about what we are remediating in the dump site. That is information that we then need to be able to take to the regulators to agree on what remediation will be required of the BCLT. And that will determine the scope and therefore the cost of the remediation that's required, which may impact the final purchase price and will certainly impact the BCLT board decision about whether or not it can complete the purchase and sale. So we are looking at a protracted escrow period of no more than a year. Let's say 6 to 8 months total time frame would be a target before we would close on the purchase and sale and ideally become the owners of 160 Mesa. And this is information that we learned after the May 31st meeting, which is why we're back before you today.
I did in my understanding, and I may have this wrong, maybe remembering this correctly, the bill going up, is it somehow holding things up, had to be settled first, or is that just totally not true?
Would someone repeat the question?
I don't know anything about that.
That's not my memory, but.
Okay,
Yeah, you heard the question.
okay.
Your BPUD resolutions allow this type of swap. My understanding is they don't, but I'm looking for clarification on that.
I think if we did this, we'd have to amend our rules. That's how I understand it. Maybe, Jennifer?
Yeah, I don't think it's currently allowed under the current rules.
Yeah. Have you worked with Jennifer or anybody else on BPUD to come up with any other solutions? I have a couple of ideas we could throw out there, since my understanding is that by our resolution, we're not allowed to swap the water meters in this case. A couple ideas I have are using another water meter for this property. I don't know, that's one idea. Have you talked about that with Jennifer? Or have you looked at your own water meters and looked at any of these possibilities?
Yes, we have. And I am aware that we're asking for an exception to be made. I think there was a lot of appeal for in the long community meeting that we had on the 31st. There was, at that point, we thought we were in a position to ask for something regular, to not be asking for anything special. I think that this would constitute what other members of the community were expressing as their preference, which would be a situation in which we're asking for something highly special for this highly unique case and community need. So I think that there has been discussion about other alternatives, and I think it's important to state that we're aware that we're here tonight asking for something that is not currently permitted within the regulations that the BPUD has. And the hope would be that because we are not talking about any difference in overall usage, we're still talking about the same water being used by the same people for the same purpose. We would hope that the BPUD board would be open to finding a way to work with us to make this possible in a manner that doesn't risk further future regulations or the integrity of the board's authority.
Well, just to give a little more background on resolution 671, because I had a part in crafting it. You know, it was put in place because of the land trust's need to use the water for the properties that they had, to be able to, for example, move part of the Gibson House, this large EWUP, over to 31 Wharf, but we didn't want that kind of moving of water allotments around to get out of hand and to be available to anyone for whatever purpose. So we deliberately hemmed it in to be, well, okay, it can only be done for affordable housing purposes, and the two properties have to be owned by the same entity, which would typically be a housing agency. And so that was just to, you know, limit the cases in which that could be done. And what I'm feeling about this particular situation is that it remains in the spirit of the resolution, in the sense that the deal is underway to make those two properties both be owned by the land trust. And so it's on track to become completely compatible with resolution 671, but there's going to be this interim period where it's not yet compatible because the closing hasn't taken place. And if the closing doesn't take place, then the whole thing goes away and the swap doesn't occur, and it's back to square one, or square zero, actually. It doesn't, and in addition to that, the allotment that was granted in May could be applied immediately, you know, so that there would be a commitment to staying within that allotment during this interim period. So it feels, as I said, within the spirit of 671 to allow this interim period to occur, awaiting the closing. And as a practical matter, these people have to get out of there before winter. It's really intolerable over there.
Is there a reason why you don't use the 31 Wharf meter at 130?
If that's something that the BPUD board thinks we are eligible to do more cleanly than what we've proposed, we'd certainly be open to it. I think we're open to any solution at this point that allows us to open the RV park as soon as possible.
12,000 something, I think.
Yeah, I agree that this swap would be in the spirit of resolution 671. I don't feel like the board has the authority to execute such a swap the way our resolution is written. I could be wrong about that, but that's, we have to follow our resolutions here. Resolutions can be amended. New resolutions can be passed, but
not within their time frame.
not yet, not,
October 15th.
I don't think it'll happen tonight, but I don't think it can happen tonight. So that's why I'm sort of looking for other creative solutions that could happen tonight.
Nothing but what's on the agenda can happen tonight.
Right,
We'd
but I
have to
mean,
have
if,
another
if
meeting.
there's some way for example, BCLT to swap 2 of their existing water meters to service 130 Mesa, that could theoretically happen tomorrow. I don't know. Could a swap happen?
I think if you modify the request that's on front of you, you'd need to have it would need
So
to
water
be
meter swap has
re-agendized.
to be agendized. So it could happen at a special meeting. The resolution could be amended at a special meeting. It doesn't necessarily have to wait until our October regular meeting, because I know that's too late for you, which I'm sympathetic to, and I'm just trying to come up with solutions.
No, carry on. I see Alicia's hand, but finish Kevin. And then I
that
was
was
gonna follow him.
that was my thought.
Good bill.
Alicia?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, great, thank you. I was looking at the materials that were in the board packet. And I was something sort of, I noted footnote number 2 on the letter that Ms. Blackman sent to, I guess, the Marin Planning Department, in which it references that the BCLT had spoken of using some of the water for non-affordable housing purposes. And I think either your Zoom is freezing or mine, so I'm a little bit concerned if you're hearing me or not, but I'm wanted to inquire about whether there is an intention to use the water for non-affordable housing purposes, especially if this is being, I'm just looking at the letter that was written by Jennifer Blackman to the Marin County Planning Department, footnote number 2. And so, which I was surprised to see, and I just wanted to understand that. And I also wanted to understand, I guess I'll just make 2 points. One, I had understood previously in May and before, when I was first learning about this, that I thought that the intention was to have the RVs at 130 long enough to remove the existing substandard structures, and that the RVs were then going to move to where the existing substandard structures were, and to be at 160 during the building of the permanent housing. I'm not seeing that referenced here, so if someone could tell me if I just plainly misunderstood that. And I guess a third question I would have is, how long are we thinking that the so-called temporary RV park would persist?
Can Don or Annie answer any of those questions?
I can answer 2 and 3, and I would defer to Jennifer on point 1 regarding the footnote, other than to just say, BCLT is in service of affordable housing. So I can't explain that footnote, but I hope Jennifer will be able to. Your point number 2, I have just forgotten. I'm sorry. Can you restate point number 2, Lisa?
And I'm just dealing with, earlier I tried to ask a question. I don't think I was heard. And so I'm toggling back and forth with the headphone. So I apologize for, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The point number 2 was, I thought I had understood that the RVs were only going to be at 130 Mesa long enough to clear the substandard housing, and
Right.
that this, after the substandard housing was cleared, that the RVs were going to move to 160. And then the permanent housing would be built, but the RVs would be at 160 during basically the building of the permanent housing. Did I understand that correctly?
You did not. The
I did
plan
not.
has always been that the emergency RV park would house the residents during both the clearing and the construction of the permanent affordable housing. We anticipate the permanent affordable housing being constructed in the same location where the residents are currently living, which is the same location where the RVs could be relocated, not to mention the fact that there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into ensuring safe conditions, which is why we have the septic system, the utility lines, the cost and time required to engineer, finance, construct, and build the temporary RV park has been so extensive, is because what we are putting in place is infrastructure that will support that many people to live safely, as well as supporting the land to be stewarded appropriately. So the plan would be for the residents to reside at the emergency RV park during the entirety of the clearing and the construction of the permanent affordable housing. And we have committed to do that in no longer than a 5-year period. So it would be, we would anticipate 5 years at the maximum, hopefully less, that people would be residing in the emergency RV park. And that's just simply based on how long it takes to raise funds, get through a design and permitting process. I think we're all aware that we have an affordable housing crisis in the state of California. Part of it is how burdensome it is to elaborate those types of projects. We would be working with a qualified expert development partner such as Habitat or another organization of the like. So that may allow us to move much faster than if BCLT were doing it on our own. We certainly hope so, but it is possible that we would have folks residing in the emergency RV park for up to 5 years.
I'd like to bring this discussion back to the item that's on the agenda tonight. I understand that there's limited times to get questions answered, but it is 11. We have an agenda item. What I'm hearing from the board members is that
I'm sorry, could I just go back to footnote number 2, in which there was apparently a documentation of an intention to use water for non-affordable housing purposes?
Alicia, I'd really prefer that came as maybe an email query or something to the office to get that clarification that you want, because it is not on our agenda and I'd like to stick to the agenda.
It's in the board packet.
I understand that, but it's not the item that's on the agenda. So if you could, that seems like a point of clarification that might be able to be resolved in a more efficient manner.
I guess I would just say that if the water is intended to be used for anything but affordable housing, I think that goes against, I mean, the meeting that was in May had a lot of people there.
Yes.
And this is not a meeting of that scale at all. And we have something here that was presented in a formal manner to the county, and it's part of this deliberation here, and purportedly about affordable housing. So I don't think that it is a tangent. I think it is core.
The item that you're referencing, as I understand it, is talking about a potential query about unstacking at some unknown future time, and that request has not even been made. So I would prefer to stick with the item at hand and move this along. Can I hear from the board members, and then I'd like to wrap this up and move along, what your thoughts are about where we are now and where we would like to go with this?
I have a question for Jennifer and the rest of the board. Does BPUD own any water meters that are not being used that we would consider selling to BCLT to use for this project?
No, we don't have that ability. No.
No, okay. Annie, what about using one of your existing water meters to swap with 130 Teixeira, 130 Mesa? Is that, have you looked into that specifically and decided that was not possible, or is that possible?
Don't believe we have, any other free water meters. There is the 31 Wharf allotment. As I understand it, that's tied up with allocation for our downtown properties that seemed like it would be more cumbersome or complicated to bring to the board as a proposal than what we provided. So certainly we could look into that. I would ask for some assistance to understand what our options are. We're in pretty complicated territory. Procedurally, I understand that we certainly can't receive direction or advice. It's incumbent upon the BCLT to present the board with a proposal. But I also believe that part of what's at issue here is that anything that the BCLT is to bring in this case, as I understand it, is not going to fit neatly within the existing regulations. If the board were to say that, being able to swap the use that we have at 31 Wharf for 130 Mesa, then perhaps I'm just misunderstanding and there is a cleaner or clearer path forward. But I will just say that we have presented what we believe to be the cleanest proposal that we've been able to come up with.
I see Jeff's hand, and then I'd like to wrap this.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, Annie, the allocation for 31 Wharf is not big enough to cover the residents who will be on 130 Mesa. So that's not a way forward.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, in of itself, it's not the only solution.
And even if we stack it with the meter that we own on 130,
yeah,
it's not big enough.
Earlier in tonight's meeting, we had maybe a very timely question from an architect on a different project asking if limited water use permits are ever expanded after the fact. There's something about the rule of Marcotte that was mentioned, which I never heard of. And I'm wondering, again, I'm sort of thinking out of the box here, if that rule could be applied in this case. Do you have experience with the rule of Marcotte, or can we invite Jack back in to speak to that very limited?
I think that's before 655 went into effect with the formulas that are there.
Okay,
those are the options you have.
So that doesn't apply. The rule of Marcotte doesn't apply anymore.
Well,
whatever that was.
The part of the reason 655 was enacted was to make it extremely clear so consistent, fair, objective. That was the effort to be trying to get a more standardized approach, not penalize conservative water users going forward. And I think you'd need to. You'll need to analyze, making a specific, having an amendment to your current rules to be able to do something like that.
And how quickly could that happen?
Yeah,
We're not
it's up to you. It's up to you to
by
hold
October
special.
15th.
Yeah, if you want to hold special meetings or whatever you want to do that would have to be done at duly noticed public meetings. Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to say at the moment?
I just feel like this is a really difficult decision, but the receiver cannot swap the meter because they don't own both properties. So you have to, in that case, you have to buy the meter from the receiver, which I don't think the receiver would ever do because it would devalue the property that he's controlling. I think you can stack another meter, like we've been trying to be creative. Stack a few more meters. I think the swap is just not in our infrastructure of decision making. And I think there's some questions about the time frame, you know, how long this deal is going to close, and I feel really like conflicted because I know the spirit of it is what's going to be helpful, but I just feel like it's opening the box or something that I don't know what could be intended.
What I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's definitely a spirit on the board that if there is the possibility of moving forward with this in a way that's consistent with the policies that we have, or perhaps coming up with a different decision that does not put us in any kind of danger of violating CEQA, doing any of the other, you know, we have to work very strictly within the legal boundaries. We have to, of course, work very carefully with the water moratorium. But I'm hearing that if a proposal was brought to us, there may be a willingness to hold a special meeting. That we're not, that this doesn't fly as far as we're concerned, but if something could be brought that was a possibility, that we would be willing to consider it as a special meeting. Is that fair? Am I reflecting what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jennifer, do you have anything to add to the discussion here?
Well, in the spirit of what you're talking about before and what I heard Kevin suggesting about, and again, this would require amending policies, but to Jeff's point about, you know, if you took the 31 meter, you'd have to revise rules if it can be done on a temporary basis. I don't know that meter, and there's another meter for the 345 Aspen project that's has an LWAP but is also not in use, and that those combined, those just, that still doesn't get you quite, if my math is right, it doesn't get you quite to the 18,000 cubic feet approved under the 160 meter, but it's like, I think it's 17,650 to do. I don't, we'd have to look at whether that's possible to do. I don't know. I am thinking about it in light of what Kevin just said.
Can we stack more than 2 meters on one property?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we'll have to evaluate it.
Yeah.
So it sounds like there needs to be more evaluation of that. We understand that there's that, you know, we're operating with nothing's working at the moment. We're wondering if something might. We understand there's a tight time frame. Annie, I understand you've got a fever. Thank you for being here at 11:15 at night. I don't hear any action coming from the board at this point, other than a willingness to try to, you know, work towards a solution if we can find one that's legal and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is that accurate, Lorenz?
Yeah.
And it sounds like it needs to happen probably in the next
Week or two.
week or two. Because, yeah, October
That's
15th
that's
is
their
their
time,
deadline.
that's the time frame that's being presented to us at the moment, and that's really up to BCLT to, you know, take their own counsel and see what they want to do next. In my understanding.
I think we absolutely would accept the opportunity to come back with a revised proposal. I'll remain optimistic that we can find one. I think that we can also revisit our appeal to the receiver to sell us the water permit separate from the property, which he has been, I just want to set expectation, 100% clearly opposed to for the reasons presented, in addition to the fact that he may have legal reasons that he cannot do that. So that is, you know, still to me the single biggest hope that we have, and we've not been able to resolve that with the receiver. So what we presented tonight was in part reflective of the agreement that we were able to come to between the two parties to jointly present. So I will commit to go back to the receiver and see if we can come to a different resolution between parties or think about some other proposal. Am I also hearing that there's openness on the board to consider amending resolutions in a special meeting, and that may be part of the proposal that we could also bring as a proposal to amend an existing resolution?
I just don't think it's gonna happen within your time frame.
What is the process that's required, just so I can understand what time frame might be required? What is the process?
Jennifer, maybe you could speak more to the history of amending resolutions and.
Yeah, I mean, you can hold special meetings for that purpose. The issue just is if you get something and you consider it, you may need further work on it. You know, it's just I can't predict what the time frame would necessarily be, but you're authorized to have special meetings, you know, for this kind of purpose and to consider something like this, so you can kind of dictate your own time frame.
We want to run it by legal counsel, though, sure.
That's what I'm
thinking.
What is our announcement requirement for special meetings? 3 days?
We standardly do that. We standardly do at least 72 hours. I think we're actually legally only required to do 24 hours, but you know, we like to provide as much notice as we can. We typically do the same notice with special meetings as regular, more as a courtesy to our customers and whatnot. I think it's 24 is the minimum that's allowed.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna call this.
Can I just ask one other clarifying question? If we end up in a situation where we have not reached a resolution, would it be against regulations? I believe the answer is yes, but I just want to confirm with the board and with Jennifer, would it be against existing regulations to truck in water to serve the residents in an interim period of time?
You'd have to get the county okay on that. I mean, as I understand it, to serve, you either have to have a connection to the water system or domestically permitted well. I don't think there's, but maybe they allow that. That would be a county environmental health question.
Okay.
Well, they do have a connection to the water meter at 130 Mesa. It has a cap on it that
Yeah.
could service those people. So does the county see that as unacceptable?
I don't think that they allow it, but I mean, that they're the ones that require that.
Yeah.
To your point, it would be supplemented to the water
Right.
that they already have available to.
Yeah.
That's a good question. That's one that I had as well.
Yeah.
Because plenty of people in town do.
For non-potable water.
Potable water.
I lived.
No.
Where I lived, not now, but at one point, water was.
I can confirm that. I don't think it's allowed.
Yeah, I would think that the county's got eyes on this for sure.
Mhm.
With good reason. All right, on we go, my friends. Annie, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, John. Jeff.
Thank you, Eddie.
Alicia.
Thank you.
All right. Jack?
Up here, bye, Don.
Like,
Was there a vote taken?
Want to get more Was a vote taken? Jennifer, I'm drinking that water right next to that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Potable water.
Potable water.
Yeah.
2 a.m. Yeah.
I'm glad it's not non-potable.
Yes.
Move right to the rest of this.
Sorry, was there a vote taken just now? Was there a vote taken? I'm sorry, was there a vote?
Ready to go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I thought it was that one.
there was no vote.
There was no vote taken.
No.
No action taken.
No action taken, huh? Okay. Item 10. Consideration of one claim presented under the Government Claims Act, with CalPERS et al. Can you briefly explain it?
Yes, just, yeah, very briefly, this is, the district along with apparently 1,540 other public entities in California, was presented with a claim, and it's basically a claim that CalPERS is improperly, calculating or hasn't properly calculated retirement benefits, and it's, unclear what, if any, kind of responsibility the district has at all, and then the documents are in your materials, but I recommend that you, that the district reject the claim.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Can I get a motion then to accept the recommendation that we reject the claim?
I will support that, and Jennifer's recommendation that we reject the claim.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait for Grace.
Oh.
Grace, she said that for a minute.
We'll record her vote when she comes back.
Yeah, if you could just hold on so I could get the whole, I'm sorry, just, we could just get her vote on the record.
Want to call it 4-0 with one director absent? You want to get Grace to vote on that?
Yeah, I mean, she's here, yeah.
Okay, great. It's been moved and seconded that we reject this claim under recommendation of the general manager. We're just voting. There have already been 4 votes in favor of that motion.
I also vote in favor of that motion. Right.
There you go. There's your vote.
Thank you.
Number 11, update from the ad hoc committee regarding the BCPUD building at 270 Elm Road, Bolinas. Do we have any update? Doesn't sound like it.
Well, yeah, I think we have a survey and audit. It still needs to go through the final recording, which is fine. We have a meeting with Jennifer. We're gonna did you see that?
I did.
Okay. So I think it was October
4th. If I'm just waiting for Andrew and Steve to confirm.
Yeah, that works well for me. And so I think we need to, we've got a number of the documents in place that will give us an opportunity to have our next discussion.
Yeah, we're expecting the geotechnical report. We thought we might have it for the meeting, but the engineer thought that, but we didn't get it, but we will have it. Well, I'm expecting that we'd have it for the October 4th meeting that we're gonna have.
Right.
And
we're holding off on septic until we know what the program is.
right.
So that's what I think we're going to be meeting on October 4th, just to really start to dial down what's the program.
Oh, good. Very good, thank you. Item 12, volunteer committee reports. First one, resident permit parking plan committee. Update from committee, minutes of the June 13th committee meeting. Summary of discussions with Marin County Sheriff's Office concerning enforcement policies and procedures in Bolinas.
I think the main thing that the committee really wants the board, they asked me to actually say publicly to be sure everybody hears it, is that the resident permit parking plan program is still in the permitting process. It hasn't, the county's pursuing it. We made an inquiry about, is it, and when do we anticipate implementation? And the county planner has, well, the county DPW person who's pushing the permit program through said, yes, it's still in the permitting process. We revised the project description a little to incorporate the optional resident permit parking program on Wharf past the museum, as well as a 22-foot length restriction on that section. We're awaiting word from the Coastal Commission on completeness of the application and merits of the project description, hoping for a fall implementation, but depends on the permitting process. So the committee just said they're gonna hold off on further meetings until there's something now, just waiting for the permit to issue for the resident permit parking program.
Okay,
We have somebody with their hand raised.
okay,
That's Karen.
okay. Aaron, would you like to speak to us?
Yes, I would. I just have a question about the previous item, number 11, about the update on the building. I'm just wondering, are you going to be addressing the historical significance of the building or giving the community an opportunity to express themselves on the fate of the building itself?
That would be our intent ideally, but I don't know that other than there's some historical significance to the community. It's not actually a historically listed building. And I will just speak from my own interest, and we need to have some safe building accommodation for our BPUD staff and employees. And so yes, we will be going through a very public process. We'll have an opportunity, but we don't know what that is right now.
Thank you very much. I'm sure everybody wants everybody to be safe. It's just a matter of how you make the building safe, whether or not you tear it down and build a new building or make this one safer. But thank you.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
thank you.
Okay. I'm going to move on then to resource recovery. Anything?
Yeah, I have something.
Okay,
I was on that governing committee. And then, of course, COVID came and we stopped meeting, and I have not heard anything, gotten updates. We have had meetings since. So I did hear from an employee that there were getting to be drop-ins and sort of ad hoc decisions made, and I was wondering if there has been any kind of a overview of what's happening there. There was a bit of confusion evidently in who is the chief. There were evidently some conflicting requests of employees there. So I'm just
We need to get
thinking that we need to maybe get back together and
I think the committee needs to reconvene.
I agree. Yeah, we got it.
So
Okay.
that'll be
Okay.
what's
Yeah.
happening. Okay, and the land stewardship committee, any reports? Okay, then we'll move on to item 13, other business. These are board committee reports. Anything from the finance committee?
Just that we're doing all the work toward the close of the financial statements for fiscal year 22-23 in preparation for our audit, and we're aiming to be able to present the closed books and all of our financial documentation to our auditor next month.
All right, anything from the legal committee? Not that I know, no. How about the Mesa Septic Flood Control and Roads? Anything? Okay, water and sewer operations. Personnel, I think that we were talking about the assistant general manager position. And got advised that we had to hire from within and we didn't have to put it out and do that whole promotion. Is that right, Jennifer?
We can promote within the district. We can promote from within. There's not a prohibition against doing that, or it's a requirement to do
So
otherwise.
Okay, so I think the personnel committee may come back to the board with a recommendation then for a hiring at our next meeting.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Say that one more time, sorry, the personnel will come back.
to the recommendation to this board with, because we've been soliciting for an assistant general manager. As well as a general manager and. Grace and I, as a personnel committee, have been talking about the hiring process, both for general manager and assistant, and
Yeah.
came to the conclusion, once we found out that we could hire from within, that we would probably hire sooner rather than later. You recall that?
Because of the volume of work that's continuing to mount.
Yes.
Well, originally we were thinking that it made sense to have the assistant hired by the new general manager. We've rethought that.
Okay.
And there seems to be a more pressing need for help right now.
Okay.
And because we have someone who we think may be interested in that position, that
okay,
we may be coming to you with a recommendation hopefully by the next meeting. If all goes well.
Okay.
Dot.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the hiring for the general manager? Are we going to meet as a group to review what I hope are many applications?
Yeah, yes, we have a calendar for that. What is the end of September, at the end of the application period?
It was Friday, September 22nd.
Yeah.
It's this Friday.
Okay,
The personnel committee will be meeting next Monday.
yeah,
And then what's the process there? Do we all see all the applications or do you filter them before we see them?
I think you should, I think the board should see them all.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many do we have so far, Jennifer?
Well, I don't want to say that.
Okay.
It's a confidential process.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Okay, so should we get a meeting on the books to review these? This has to be a public meeting, or can this be a closed session, I imagine, or how does that work?
Personnel matters are subject properly done in closed meetings, but let me just, I'll look into the process, but make sure that that we get it done. You know, with legally, how we're supposed to be doing things, but in general, personnel, matters are properly subject under the Brown Act to closed session meetings.
Okay,
Yeah.
do we want to get that meeting on the books,
Yes.
like next week, sooner rather than later, to start looking at?
Next week's not, look, we need to give us a little more time here. There's a lot
October
going
5th.
on with this, between this
Yeah.
land trusting, the audit, everything else. We need to,
I'm wondering if maybe a special meeting could be combined or an open session if BCLT wants to proceed with any sort of resolution, amending, new resolution, whatever their next request would be, with a closed session to review candidates for GM. That's what I'm thinking, so maybe 2 weeks from today, possibly. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's a good suggestion. I agree that we would have to meet in closed session in order to discuss the personnel issues.
Yeah, we
So
can do
we
it
do it
combined,
same
closed and
day.
open, technically?
Yeah,
So that would be October 4th.
it's the same day as the building committee meeting.
Yeah, and that sounded like it was, that works for me.
Should we hold that?
so you want to hold that on, put it on the calendar just in case that works. Does that work for you, do you know? Yeah. It depends on the time of day too.
Fleet week, you're gonna be like
Oh,
out
we-
on
we
the
can't-
boat or something.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a BCPUD day, I think.
it sounds like it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
I might be traveling, I think, but I don't know yet.
Oh, yeah. Now that you hear what's going on. All right, well, so then we would be offered the opportunity to review the applications in advance of the closed session, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
in what form? Like,
well, I think in the past, as I recall, I came into the office and sat here and read the
That's,
applications. Each of us, doesn't have to be together,
yeah, well, it can be together, it can be all together.
we
well,
can't.
or whenever you come in, yeah.
But if they're all digital, perhaps they could be distributed on the drive. So we could sort of peruse them in our leisure, or come in here and review the paper copies, right? Is that?
Are they digital? Is that an option? 'Cause,
I'll let you guys know.
I mean, I don't wanna make Belle do
Mhm.
more work,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
have to say, if that were an option, that would be my preferred
Sure,
option.
okay, well, she'll find out if we can do that. Then you will have an opportunity to review all of the applications before we do.
Okay. Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
all right. That was personnel, the minutes of the May 31st special board meeting. And some other minutes of the June 31st, July 19th, July 27th, et cetera, et cetera. And
I have a couple, just, typos to point out, Jennifer.
Okay.
we're starting with the May 31st, huh?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks for all these minutes, by the way. I know it's a minutes amount of work, but it's nice to have such a comprehensive recap.
Yeah.
Really, a great thing that we do. May 31st, page 1, the meeting address should be Bolinas Firehouse Meeting Room, because that took place there, not 270 Elm.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
And then page 2, last paragraph, Western Addition in the neighborhood in San Francisco, it's spelled ADD addition, not EDI addition.
Can you point that out where it is? I'm sorry.
Yeah, page 2, last paragraph.
Okay. And
Second one.
May I comment
Oh.
that actually it wasn't the Western Addition, it was Bayview, but anyhow.
are we gonna leave the minutes the way they are, because that was said at the meeting?
Oh, yeah, if that's.
I don't believe it was what I said at the meeting. They were, it's a longer narrative, but the project specifically was built in the Bayview, where people previously from the Western Addition had moved, etc. But anyhow, it may be an aside. I don't know. I'm just pointing it out.
Well, it says that for displaced residents from the Western Addition, so I think that's consistent with what you just said.
But they were in the Bayview. I mean, it's generations back. It's like from the redevelopment period. Anyway, anyway.
Kevin, keep going.
That's all I have for that one.
Okay, anybody else have corrections or changes for these minutes?
Oh, I have some more for the other minutes, but not for that.
No, just we're gonna take them, yeah.
One at a time, right?
Yeah, May
Okay.
31st.
All right.
Do I have a motion then to approve the minutes as amended for
I'll
the May
make a
31st?
motion to approve the minutes, as proposed with these minor amendments.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, moving to the June 21st. Minutes, regular meeting, any changes or corrections to those minutes?
I have a small one,
Okay,
page 5.
page 5.
The sentence, the site meeting is planned later this week.
Well, tell us the paragraph.
First paragraph.
I don't know which paragraph it is, I'm just trying to find it.
Is it item 5 or the one above it?
Page 5.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just trying to pull it up here.
That's okay, but there happens to be a new item 5 on that page, so I was just wondering where on the page you were.
I think it's item for that. It's about Mesa Park, right?
Yeah, it's the 4th line down on page 5. A
Okay.
site meeting is planned later this week for the USPS can evaluate, so it
Oh,
should either say
so-
for the USPS to evaluate or so.
I mean,
I think I meant so, I mean,
So they can evaluate, that's it.
so instead of for, right?
yeah,
Okay.
very good.
That's it.
Okay, any other changes or corrections? If not, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
I move that we approve the June minutes as proposed.
Okay, so second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
I was not the meeting, so.
For a strange reason, we've learned that you can actually vote to approve minutes in meetings you didn't attend.
But did you
Alright,
abstain?
alright.
Did you abstain or
No, then.
you're okay? All right, okay.
I've never understood that rule. Okay.
So,
Moving on to the July 19th regular board meeting, any changes or corrections?
You know, I have one.
Of course.
This one is somewhat, I feel like is a nice clarification to make. Page 2, second paragraph.
Page 2, second paragraph. Starts with Director McElroy.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mhm.
Gotta get that right. Page 2. Sorry, I'm just cross-referencing notes here. when it talks about the Department of Fish and Wildlife,
Yeah,
the US Fish and Wildlife Service, I found that to be a little confusing. I think if you could add California Department of Fish and Wildlife, because I think those are two separate departments. One is state, one is federal. I thought that was a typo. You listed them twice, but if you could just add California in there, I think that would be. a
Oh,
nice- a
yeah.
nice
oh, that's
clarification.
up on that, okay, I see. So-
California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then US
Yeah.
Fish and Wildlife Service.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
think we're actually talking about two different departments.
yeah, we are, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
very good. Any others? Anyone else? I have changes or corrections? If not, gonna get a motion to approve the minutes as corrected, as amended.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. If it's to the minutes of the July 27th. Special meeting of the board of directors. These are pretty straightforward, so any changes or corrections? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve them?
I move we approve the July 27th meeting, special meeting.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and coming down the home stretch, minutes of the August 16th, but we couldn't. get
We
those.
don't, yeah, I don't have
We
those,
came
I'm
real
sorry.
close, so very good.
Close, next month.
All right, you did good. Yeah, yeah, very good, very good.
Unless you have a bunch of special meetings between now and then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get behind again.
Can I get a motion to approve the warrants?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that takes us to scheduling our next meetings. So we just talked about a tentative
October 4th.
October 4th, both an open and a close. And then what's the
I'm good at 10.
18th?
No?
I work at school.
When do you wanna do it? You wanna do it at 4?
No, we're talking.
There's no
about
good time for
October.
me. I'll just make it work.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll have to hammer both that date and the time of day if we're gonna be both open and closed. So,
4 works for me.
4 o'clock, you mean?
Yep.
is that
On the 4th.
sure, Grace, that harder for you?
You guys are making my decision for me.
Oh, I'd have to look and see what clients I have, because I start seeing clients at 5.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah, so it'll be a fast meeting. But Jennifer, does that
Probably have
mean
fast.
or we do it at 3? I don't really care. I can-
Yeah, but the next regular meeting's on the 18th, right?
Yes,
Correct.
all right. At that, we're gonna adjourn.
Can we just,
And when I'm-
Brian, because an email going out and trying to coordinate all
Yeah.
this, sorry, is
No, no.
something I don't want to have to do. But
And therefore-
can we just like target a time?
Sure.
3, 4, 10, whatever. Jennifer, what works? Do you care what time that
What time's your
day?
meeting?
I think we The building committee meeting is at 11, right? And so, I mean. I
We'll do
think-
it back to back. Is that even possible? Or-
Can you do lunch?
Yeah.
I can make it work. I have lunch card, but yeah,
Uh,
I work straight through from
On
8 to
Wednesdays?
8. Yeah, so, yeah.
Why don't we tentatively then set it for a date subject to
Seven.
tweaking it if we have to, let's set it.
Set it for- You wanna set
Is that enough time for your building committee to meet for an hour?
Yeah.
Is that be done?
Oh, yeah, and we're gonna meet here. We're gonna be here.
Perfect.
so-
Oh, I got you, yeah.
Okay.
What about for any,
Noon.
Okay,
okay.
for the open meeting, you mean?
I think, do we start with the open meeting and then
And we'll-
any committee members could join that and then we go to closed session? I think that's how we probably run it, right?
Or the reverse, hold our special meeting closed and then open, no, yeah,
I think it makes sense to have committee members here
yeah.
to start and then they can.
And then ask them to leave and then adjourn into a closed session, okay,
And then, yeah. no, work.
all right, so October the 4th, starting at noon for the open
Okay.
special meeting, okay. All right, we don't have to vote on that, right, we just said it. All right, meeting is adjourned.
11:45.